Too bad we don't have 5. Which Florida school is going to have the most wins and include USF?
Wow. Look at Paul coming out of the blocks. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, went okay. Morning, baby Jules. It went okay. Thank you. Ambient with the Bronze today.
I know North Dakota State's going to pull off a shocker, Ambient.
If so, Vegas is going to love it because everybody and their mother is betting Colorado minus 9.5, apparently.
I could see Colorado winning and not covering.
The only thing I'm curious about is that usually a North Dakota State doesn't face a quarterback like
Right.
Colorado's going to have. So,
or a receiver like Colorado has.
Yeah. So that'll be interesting.
But they're going to be just fine up front against Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
On both sides of the ball.
Coffin Ball was all worried. He thought we got fired yesterday. Remember when North Dakota State went to Manhattan, Kansas, faced a better coach and a better team? And won? I will say, North Dakota State the last couple of years has not been what they were. You know, they've only been finalists. Thank you, Feeney. Wife surgery went okay. The results, but she got in and out well. Yeah, SEC me, that's why. My wife had surgery. So, morning, Mongo. Well, thank you, Anthony. Got a good lineup. Got 4 guests. Thank you, Feeney. She could certainly use them. Look at that show that Mark tweeted out, posted, whatever we're calling it.
$20 seconds.
Thank you, Trent. The over 500 Tigers.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. Great to be back in the saddle again. Hope your week is going well. Let's get over it together, shall we? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. That's how we play this game. Mark, how was your day off?
It was very uneventful. I didn't have anything to do. I was a little bored, but it was all right. I enjoyed it. You know, the wife likes taking the daughter to school, so I offered, hey, I'll take the daughter to school. No, I like doing that. I get to be a mom in the morning. I like that. Okay. So I had my coffee. I watched a couple episodes of Receivers, got a workout in, and called it a day.
Hit the little white ball around? No.
No, we're closed on Tuesday. The course I play at, they're closed in the summers on Tuesday.
Oh, the country club I caddied at, Monday was the day they closed.
Right. Everybody's, Monday or Tuesday. We're a Tuesday club. So
bummer. Next time I'll have my wife schedule surgery on a day that you can play. I mean, don't laugh. Now, you know how it works. Hey, does this day work? No, could you make it a Monday? Could you make it a Wednesday?
I did that with a doctor's appointment recently. We can get you in on Friday. And I said, how about Monday? What's the weekend going to do?
Although, we've got really good guest lists now lined up right on through football season. It's kind of like, oh man, I don't know. If we schedule it for a Wednesday, that means we miss out on Bud Elliott. I don't know.
There's no more days off. We're going to grind this sucker right on through until Thanksgiving. Well, we get Labor Day off.
Yep.
But other than that, the next day off will be Thanksgiving. It's time to grind.
Yep. It's time to go to work, as opposed to what we've been doing in the meantime. But eventful day yesterday, because yesterday was cut down day. So 37 players per team lost their jobs yesterday, although some of them didn't. It was bookkeeping. They'll be signed again here in the next day or two. 16 of those 37 can be signed to practice squads. But, you're looking at it, 21 guys a team times 32 teams. I mean, do the math. That's 672 people who there's a good chance are not going to be playing football this year. Earliest they'll play football again will be the UFL. Yeah, it's a rough day at the office.
Absolutely. Painful day. I mean, the work that's put in for these guys.
Yep.
And the fine line between making the team and making the practice squad and being cut all together is very small. Now players are latching on with other teams. Quarterbacks are there to be had because a lot of them were cut yesterday. A lot of receivers were cut yesterday. So if you're in the market for a receiver or a backup quarterback, they were there for the picking.
And in terms of receivers, you could just look at the Chiefs. I mean, they had like 9 when the day started yesterday. They had to, let some folks go. Couple of them who had accomplished a little something in the league even. But, Mark, the Browns have the market on quarterbacks. They still have 4 on the active roster. 4. They have more quarterbacks than some teams have running backs.
And what they do next is beyond any of us, because that seems to be too many. Or at least one too many.
There you go. I mean, somebody's moving on in the next day or so. Could be Jameis. Those are the rumors. Could be Jameis moving on. And if so, where? Could they use him in Miami? Remember, Sean Payton liked him in New Orleans. Does he bring him in as the backup in Denver? We'll see. But an eventful day yesterday, even though I could argue the most eventful thing happened in college football yesterday, but we'll get to that in a little bit. So while we were gone, because, you miss a day, it seems like you missed. So CD got paid.
Yes, he did. What, $100 million guaranteed, basically a little more than that.
Well, and got the big signing bonus, like darn near 40 million up front. And of the what is it, 136? Because he signed for 34 a year, and like 100 of it's guaranteed, and nearly 40 million of it up front. And but it's only a 4-year extension. It's only a 4-year extension. That's worth noting. He wants to be able to get one more big payday. And who knows what the payday will be 4 or 5 years from now. Whew. But so they got, a week and a half to take care of Dak? If they'll do it? If they'll do it?
It is interesting that the quarterback position is the most important position. We all know that. It's all we ever talk about. And they decided that the receiver was more important for them to re-sign first than the quarterback. I didn't know it was a receiver-driven league.
Maybe they just thought the receiver was easier to get done. Maybe that's how that worked out. It is less money.
He's the best blanking GM in the blanking world, and blank anybody who thinks differently than Jarrah, because he'll tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, he got his F-bombs, his S-bombs, and any other bombs he wanted to get in that quote that came out yesterday.
Yeah. I'm in the Hall of Fame, you Yeah. It is ridiculous they made Jimmy Johnson wait longer than Jarrah to get in the Hall of Fame. I mean, the only reason Jarrah's got any pelts on the wall is because of Jimmy. I mean, come on now. But once again, what talks, Mark? Money. And what did Jarrah make the other owners? He made
lots of money. Lots of money.
And that's why he got in the Hall of Fame first. He can't win games, but he can make money.
And as an owner, that's part of your job. And especially when you're making it for the other owners. Throws you in pretty high regard rather quickly in that room.
So we'll see what happens over the next week and a half with the best darn GM in the league. Just ask him. And his franchise quarterback, who half the fan base is ready to move on and just try somebody new.
Which is remarkable. And I'm not a Dak guy the way you are. But it is remarkable that they're ready to just walk from a guy that is in the top half of the quarterbacks in the league, and that's inarguable.
Right. That's if you don't like him.
Right.
He's in the top half. If you do like him, he's in the top quarter.
Right.
But yeah, we'll just try somebody new. What the heck? Can't do any worse than this guy. Actually, you can. There's a few fan bases I could put you in touch with, but okay, all right.
Vegas on line 2. How you
doing? Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Nice show lined up for you. Our buddies from Pro Football Network, they're going to alternate a different guy every week. They apparently want to, showcase their whole depth chart. That's what they said. It's what they told us a few weeks ago. We'd like a different guy every week. Is that okay? Yeah. So Dallas Robinson will join us. Covers the league, but he also covers the Bengals specifically. So sure, we can talk to Dallas. He'll join us in about an hour and a half. It's a hump day. That means Seth Everett. During the football season, it means Bud Elliott. Bud Elliott.
Fired up to talk to Bud. Lots to get to with college football. We got games tomorrow. We got over-unders to discuss. There's lots of meat on the bone in the college football world to discuss with one Bud Elliott today.
And with us being 3 days away from the Gators and the Canes, we will begin to zero in on that matchup. Joe Zagacki, the voice of the Canes, to join us coming up in the Diamond District bonus hour. So there.
That spread's at 3 now, isn't it?
Money is coming in on the Canes.
Scares the hell out of me.
could see
What
where it
is
would.
going on?
Just,
If anything, I thought this game was going to be a pick 'em. I did not think the Canes were going to be a field goal favorite. I think this is a last possession type game. I think it could be a 1-point game. I think the Canes could win and not cover, if you know what I mean, David. I think it's that type of football game.
I'm just holding out for one more hook.
As well, you should be. And I'm hoping it goes the other way. Hard.
It's all the way up to 3, and I'm hoping for 6 minutes it gets to 3.5, and I am pouncing if it gets to 3.5. Pouncing.
Monstrous day for the ACC.
Yeah.
Miami in a spot where I think they need to win for the conference, and Clemson can't get blown out. Clemson's got to be representative in their game against Georgia. And that number's 13.5.
We took primetime to task for he and the University of Colorado, and now they've banned this one Denver Post columnist. They're not going to take questions from him. They're not going to credential him. He can't come to the games. Well, did you see what Dabo did? Remember Dabo last year, late in the year, got into it a little bit on his weekly coaches show with a caller. I think he was from Spartanburg. I don't know. But anyway, Dabo's not taking calls anymore.
The call-in show with the coach, and the coach isn't taking calls?
It's like the Clemson football hour with Dabo Swinney, and you can text in questions. You know, like now we don't take calls, but there's a technical reason to it and other reasons. And one day we are going to take calls, but we don't take calls on.
Maybe. I'm on Dabo's side here, for the record.
Mark is big into the text and the chat rooms. He is.
That you can edit then. Not every call is a good call. Not every call helps the show out. Without a producer really grilling down on the caller, right, you could sometimes get bad phone calls on a show, and it derails it. And
so, Mark, you have a radio soulmate in Dabo Swinney.
ACC champion, Clemson Tigers. Coincidence? I think not.
Boy, you flip-flop pretty easily there, don't you?
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Got a text. Please don't take callers. I turn Pat's show off when he starts taking callers, guys. And he lets callers go. They get 4 or 5 minutes. It's crazy. Turned it off yesterday for the college station, which was good because I got Joe Rose talking Canes, which wasn't actually a bad segment. Who's more chicken blank? Dion for not allowing the reporter in the room, Dabo for not taking calls.
We could ask that.
Sorry, USF, which one of the big four have the most wins this year?
Do that tomorrow.
Rob, did they have us and then it went away, or did it just not fire at all?
Well, Rob did it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this hump day. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Dallas Robinson of Pro Football Network in a little more than an hour. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott in our 8 o'clock Eastern hour. In our Diamond District bonus hour, Joe Zagacki, voice of the Canes, to join us. You miss any part of the show? Shortly after it's over, Mark gets everything posted on millerandmoulton.com, millerandmoulton.com. So we've got poll questions lined up for the rest of the week. We just don't know in what order to do them in.
Except for the hole that we have today.
Right.
We've got tomorrow's.
Well, no, I think
we've got Fridays.
Well, you threw out 3 poll questions during the break. And so I'm just wondering which one we're going to go with today. I mean, we got the oldie but a goodie. You know, we got 4 schools in the state of Florida that are in, Power 4 conferences. Which one's going to end up with more wins? Friday, who do you like, Miami or Florida? I mean, there's a lot of creativity between Miller and Moulton here. So, we got two of them lined up, but I thought you wanted to go little coaches today.
Well, that's snarky.
That's us.
It's really snarky. And it was a little flippant comment of which one's more chicken blank. Dion for not allowing the reporter in the room or at the games, or Dabo for not taking calls on the coach's show.
I like it. They're trying to say in Boulder that it was the athletic department that stepped in. It wasn't Dion's doing. It was the athletic department's doing. That they're more thin-skinned than he is.
Right, and Connor Stallions acted alone.
Well, he didn't do anything wrong. Okay? It's not that he acted alone, Mark.
Right.
He didn't do anything wrong. Period. I mean, is this that song, you get caught cheating on your woman and you go, wasn't me? I mean,
That's pretty much what he's going with.
Is that Connor Stallions? It wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
Caught you on the sidelines against Central Michigan? Wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
You're videotaping Ohio State? Wasn't me. I mean, probably could have put that into a little jingle. Sure, we would have violated some copyright. Never mind, wouldn't have sounded good because we can't sing, but
I must say, David, the texters are in full support of me when it comes to calls on the show. Early text, right off the bat, just made a little comment about callers, and you said you want them, and I said, yeah, not so fast, my friend. And the texters, callers are the worst. I'm with Mark on the phone call thing. Please don't take callers.
Wow. My peeps don't want me to hear my peeps.
As a sometimes caller to Act One, I think the show is better with no calls. How about that?
Wow. Should that be our poll question?
Maybe.
I mean, Dion or Dabo, or should Miller and Moulton take callers?
The problem is, even if we win, we can't. I mean, even if you win, we can't.
No, I understand that. I mean, we're just asking. It doesn't mean we're going to do it. I mean, parents do this all the time. They take surveys, they find out what you want. Doesn't mean they can do it. They're just searching for information. I did like the original question, though. Dion or Dabo? Who's more chicken blank this week? Dion or Dabo?
It's close. Dabo not taking calls from the fans.
I know. Plus, how many critical calls has Dabo received in his?
Apparently one. That was enough.
Must have bothered him all off season because I think it was late in the year last year he took this call.
Preparing himself for a rough game against Georgia or what? I don't know what the...
My goodness. And of course, you and I immediately start thinking back to some of our favorite moments in Coach's Show's history. And I don't know if anything's ever going to top Edgar from Palatka calling into the Bobby Bowden show like 15 years ago.
They had just gotten beat.
Yeah. Early in the year, too, and they had gotten thumped.
And they were playing BYU the next week, and everybody was worried of what could happen.
They were going on the road, and they were going to get thumped. Yep. And Edgar from Palatka called in. And first off, when he started with, God bless you, coach, you're like, oh, here we go.
And he predicted about a 6-touchdown win, and I'll be damned if Florida State didn't go just whoop BYU.
Coach, we have complete faith in you. Okay, you're a God-fearing man, and we love you. And we know you're going to rally the boys, and you're going to go out there, and you're going to show them how Florida State plays football. We're going to win by 3 to 4 touchdowns. We're going to come back, and everybody's going to call you and apologize next week. I just want you to know that we have got your back, Coach, and we love you. Go Noles. That was pretty much the transcript of the phone call. And I'll be darned if they didn't go out to Provo and beat them by 3 to 4 touchdowns. And the first call that Gene Deckeroff went to the next week on the Bobby Bowden show was Edgar from Palatka.
So Dabo had it a lot harder than Coach Bowden did, apparently, at the end of last year.
God, the
And maybe
guys.
preparing for what could be worse this year, although I think Clemson's going to be really good. And I didn't flip-flop. I picked Clemson to win
No,
the
that's
ACC
true.
last
I
year,
know.
or last week, rather. I said they're going
know.
to beat Miami in the ACC championship game.
You did. You did. You said Miami's getting there, but you have been picking Clemson to win the ACC. That's true. I mean, you're cannonballing into the Miami deep end, but it's only so deep. It ain't Clemson deep.
No.
That's true.
No.
That's true. So I stand corrected. We have to officially make our picks, you know.
I'm ready. Whenever you're ready. We can do it tomorrow. We can do it today. I am ready to go. Raring to go.
Let's do it tomorrow. All right, let's do it tomorrow. Look, a little more hole in the show tomorrow. We got 4 guests today. How about we do it tomorrow?
Fair enough. We got to write down these playoff teams. 12 of them. You got to remember, there's a little more work to do this year with prognosticating college football. You should just be a few conference champions, 4 teams in a playoff, and call it a day. Now we've got what could be the greatest season in college football history. I feel like I'm way more fired up about the college football season than you are.
Well, I'm pretty fired up, but you are really fired up.
We have been clamoring for this forever, a true playoff. This is as close as we're going to get. Maybe it's too many teams. I don't know, but it's better than 4.
I wish we still had divisions for some reason. I don't know. I feel it's still a little bit too much of a jambalaya, but okay.
But it was a jambalaya before. You had a team in the Big Ten West that didn't deserve to be in the title game some years.
Well, and a Big Ten West team never won the Big Ten championship game. Iowa came really close against your Spartans that one year. Michigan State had to have an epic drive late to win. But, yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And, you know, with the teams moving and leaving conferences, and I got it. It should be fun. I have to admit, I'm hoping we actually do get a surprise team or two. You know, like I would love it if the teams that we're all putting in the playoff, you know, everybody's putting Georgia, Texas, and Alabama. Everybody's putting Ohio State, Oregon, and I don't know, Penn State.
Boy, that was hard for you to get out.
It was.
That was just hard for you to get out right there. You knew who the team was. You didn't want to say it. You don't trust them.
I don't. No.
No reason to trust them. They've done nothing for you to earn their trust.
Haven't won a big game in 6 to 8 years. So we'll make our picks tomorrow. I promise. We'll get a poll question up. I promise. The starting 5 is next. Promise.
I love my shower.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment
You have
online.
a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller & Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, I do want to ask, are things cleared up on 1070 or no? Anybody on the Twitch chat room who has access to AM 1070 in Charlotte County? Because I just emailed the PD/GM and
Is that Ken?
and Frank and Ken.
I've got Ken's cell number. That's why if it is, I can text Ken.
I just emailed Frank. Who had Brady Quinn on yesterday morning? Oh, well, that was Fox. If you're talking about 1070, well, then why didn't they air our show? T. Haynes, is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, I don't think we aired on 1070 yesterday. I don't know what happened. I don't know. So who's a bigger chicken? Dion for banning the Denver Post reporter or Dabo for not taking calls on the coaches show?
Right.
And this would be Coach apostrophe S, right? Coaches?
No, coaches ES.
Yes. All right. Grammar, it's still a struggle.
Well,
Jameel from Lehigh. It's not close. Legendary caller.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Dallas Robinson of the Pro Football Network will join us 1 hour from now. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott in our 8 o'clock hour. That's 8 a.m. Eastern. Joe Zagacki in our Diamond District bonus hour. You miss any part of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com after the show and download some of what you missed. So, do we go with the poll question?
We did. Who's a bigger chicken, Dion for banning the Denver Post reporter or Dabo for not taking calls on the coaches show?
I like it.
A little bit of snark. Day
Yeah.
off. Didn't take any snark away from the show.
No. Well, I mean, college football season, we should have snark. 3 days away from the first big Saturday of the season. It's a week tomorrow, Ravens and Chiefs. Don't know if either team's ready. Don't know if you're ready. Guessing most of you have done your fantasy draft. Hope it went well.
Did mine
Time
last
now.
night.
Oh, was it?
Last night.
You had the cheat sheet out and everything?
I did. I made one mistake. I drafted one guy I didn't want to over a guy that Roto recommended. I didn't see that he was available. It was an old man fault of mine because we're on a computer. I like
Right.
the live draft, and I made one mistake. We'll see if it costs me.
Okay. Can you maybe acquire that player?
I'm going to try. I'm going to try to
Okay.
straight up trade the player I drafted for the player that was drafted a little later.
Okay. All right. Good luck with that. 21 before the hour, time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
cut down day in the NFL yesterday. Everybody had to get to 53 players, and considering they were at 90, that's a lot of guys that got to get let go. For what it's worth, Odell Beckham not let go, but he's going to start the season on the PUP list, so he'll miss the first 4 weeks. For the Dolphins, Tim Patrick, who had done pretty well out in Denver. Broncos don't keep the wide receiver. He is signing with the Lions. Interesting. Remember the Rams announced a couple days ago they couldn't come to a contractual agreement with linebacker Ernest Jones, who was their leading tackler and defensive signal caller. And they said, hey, work out a deal. Well, they traded him to Tennessee for a future 5th-round pick. I'm going to ask you a serious question. They had him under contract for this year. They could let him go and get nothing for him, or actually they could get a compensatory pick, which might be every bit as good as that. But they'd get him for another year. Or do you trade him for a future 5th-round pick?
I don't get this trade at all. Was listening to Pat talk about this, and he thought that either the Rams were sure that no one was going to give him the compensation that he wanted, so go seek out a trade, and when you can't get either what we want or what you want, we'll re-sign you. He thought they were playing a game of poker with the linebacker, and it looks like the linebacker won.
I would have kept him. We're a good team. It's the NFC, which is the softer of the two conferences. So now I lose Aaron Donald and my guy who had 145 tackles last year, 4.5 sacks, and called my defensive signals for a 5th-round pick in 2026? What? I don't get it. Rams have done a lot of good moves in the last 2 years rebuilding that roster. I don't get this one at all. So they had an owner's vote yesterday, Mark, in the NFL.
They did.
About bringing in private equity investment, which they've never allowed before. Well, A, Now they're going to allow it. The vote was 31-1. Care to guess the one?
Jera.
No. Okay, seriously?
Well, he's the one owner I would think that wouldn't want other investors in his team. That's the only reason. But,
But you don't have to you don't have to accept it. You're
I
just
got
now you can think of a stick in the mud owner.
the Bengals owner?
There we go. There we go. 31-1. The Bengals were the one.
He could take that equity money and sign a few of his players.
Jamar Chase is like, oh, come on, Mike Brown. What's wrong with private equity? I'd like some of that. Teams now can up to 10% of their value. They can, give away in private equity. So they are. Worth noting, by the way, on cutdown day that the Browns have 4 quarterbacks on the roster. Nobody think that's going to continue much longer. But for right now, they have Deshaun Watson, Jameis Winston, Tyler Huntley, and Dorian Thompson-Robinson. So the thought is Jameis is the one on the market. Interesting. So it looks like college sports, but especially college football, is going to try to regain some control of the whole transfer portal by taking away one of the 2 opportunities that players have to transfer. The last 2 years, you had the 30-day period in December, even though it lingered into early January. And then you had a 15-day period in mid-April. It was winter and spring, which you could transfer. Well, they're going to take the spring 15 days away. Does anybody think this is going to be upheld in court?
No.
Anybody?
No.
I mean, and to me, I wouldn't do this because now I think you're going to go to court, you're going to lose, and kids are going to be able to transfer 24/7, 365. Because when you lose, they're basically going to say, well, there shouldn't be any limit. But anyway, that's what they're going to do. They're going to vote in October, and they're going to vote to take away the 15-day transfer period in April so that after this season, from December 9th to January 7th, will be the only 30-day window in which kids can transfer. Last year, Mark, for what it's worth, 2,700 players entered the transfer portal, 1,800 of them in December, 900 of them in April. So they're trying to cut that number, by a third. Baseball. Nats beat the Yankees 4-2. Yanks made 4 errors. That didn't help. Dylan Cruz, highly touted prospect. He got his first 2 hits of his Major League Baseball career. Nats 4-2. Yankees lose. Orioles go to LA, beat the Dodgers 3-2. So Baltimore now a game back in the standings. Dodgers 3 up in the West on both the Diamondbacks and the Padres. Diamondbacks lost 8-3 to the Mets, snapping their 6-game winning streak. Padres, however, beat the Cardinals 7-5. So Yankees lead is a game. Dodgers lead is 3. By the way, there's a new first-place team in the AL Central. Cleveland Guardians have been in first for a long time. They were 3 up on the Royals 2 days ago. They started a 4-game series. Guess what the Royals did? They just won the first 3 games of it. Swept a double dip on Monday. Our system got crushed on Monday.
Did it ever? Thank goodness for Caitlin Clark and the Fever bailing us out just a little bit, David, or it would have been a really rough day.
2 double headers on Monday, and both of them sweeps. What the heck? But yes, we had Caitlin Clark minus 2.5, and they won by 5 or 6. So that helped. They led throughout. All right. There was a chance for a backdoor, against us, but they didn't hit a 3. But the Royals have won 3 in a row against the Guardians. They beat them 6-1. The teams are tied for first in the Central. Twins stay 3 back. They lost to the Braves in 10, 8-6. Atlanta with 4 in the 10th. Atlanta leads the Mets by 3. for the final wild card in the National League. Phillies continue to lead the East by 6. They beat the Astros for a second straight night, 5-0. Their fourth straight win. Nola, 7 shutout innings. Nick Castellanos, a 3-run homer. Astros remain 3.5 ahead of the Mariners because Tampa Bay got a 2-run homer from Jose Siri to beat the M's 3-2. Rays get back to 500 mark with the win. Giants move a game over 500 by beating the Brewers 5-4. And Milwaukee's lead in the Central cut to 9 because the Cubs have caught fire. Cubs are above 500 for the first time since late May. They beat the Pirates 9-5. The Tigers are above 500, I think, since the first week of the season. 6-2 Detroit over the Angels. They're a game over 500 thanks to their 5th straight win. So Giants, Cubs, Tigers, all above the 500 mark. Mark, they played 4 pitches on the south side of Chicago last night. The game was suspended after 4 pitches between Texas and the White Sox. They'll resume it today and play 2. Boston snapped the 4-game skid. They beat Toronto 6-3. They're 4 back of the Twins for the final playoff spot. The A's hit 3 homers. They beat our Reds 5-4. And the Marlins with 5 in the 9th, capped off by Jesus Sanchez 3-run bomb. They beat the Rockies 9-8. Longest match in U.S. Open tennis history yesterday. A 5-setter since they went to tiebreaks, Mark, in 1970. There's other matches before that, but 5 hours and 35 minutes. Daniel Evans of Great Britain beat Karen Khachanov 6-4 in the 5th. 5 hours and 35 minutes. Wow. The 1-seed Sinner, the 3-seed Alcaraz, the 5-seed Medvedev, they all won in 4 sets. The 11-seed Cespedes upset in the first round. Women's side, top seed Swiatek, 4-seed Rybakina, 6-seed American Jessica Pegula. They all won in straight sets. 2 noted upsets yesterday. American Danielle Collins essentially ended her career with a first-round loss in the U.S. Open because she had already announced she was retiring at the beginning of the year. And Naomi Osaka took out the 10-seed Ostapenko 6-3, 6-2. Osaka was emotional afterwards. She hadn't played in the U.S. Open in a couple years because of her struggles and getting pregnant and all that. So she was emotional after winning. Okay. WNBA, Vegas got 42 from Asia Wilson and still lost to Dallas, 93-90. Defending champs are in 5th place. Not looking good. By the way, tonight, second best team in the league, Connecticut, visiting Caitlin Clark and the Fever. And Mark, you can get Caitlin Clark at home in 3.5.
Is it enough, though?
Don't know. It's a good matchup. NBA TV, by the way, Indiana's last game on NBA TV would have been the 4th highest rated NBA game of the season last year on NBA TV.
No, she doesn't do anything to move the needle at all.
Not at all.
It's the league. The league's growing. It's not Caitlin Clark, everybody.
Now, because of Caitlin Clark, some people are actually watching and going, hey, wow, there's other good players in this league. But no, it's not CC. Yeah, some of us call her CC. I don't
Stop.
Just shutting me down, huh?
That's Sabathia, okay?
Well played, young man. Well played. 9 minutes before the hour. That was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
CC.
Well, also, I think there's a tennis player, CC Bellis or something like that. There's CC's Pizza. All right.
CC Ryder.
Yeah. But speaking of which, Sabathia, because the Yankees, they had Old Timers Day over the weekend in the Bronx. They don't play the game anymore. The pandemic ended the game. They came back from the pandemic and they were like, I don't know. Old guys in uniforms, maybe we shouldn't do this. Well, there's a big debate amongst the former Yankees. Some of them really want to play. They're upset. Jeter and Posada and a couple of the other guys are like, I am not getting out there and embarrassing myself. No way. Meanwhile, Sabathia is like, I throw to my son every day. I'm raring to go.
The only chance I get to get up on the bump, throw a few.
Right. I've lost a bunch of weight. I'm in good shape. I could go 3-4 innings. So, all right. No more CC then. Just Caitlin.
I'm with Jeter and Posada. I think we're good on old timers games as well. I don't think that, I mean, that's something that could have fallen out with long before the pandemic, as far as I'm concerned. But I know the Yankee fan loves to see their old Yankees no matter what.
Well, Jeter has said, listen, I came back and agreed to show up because we don't play. If you insist on us playing, I ain't coming back. That's how serious I am. I'm done. I'm an old man.
He only hits home runs in commercials now.
Exactly. Miller and Moulton. So this just in, it's football season, so we're going to talk plenty of football. Dallas Robinson of Pro Football Network will join us next hour. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott in a little more than an hour.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Congrats, Wes.
Awesome. Congratulations, Wes. Oh, God. E.B. Hill, I can't believe anybody would say that and still be allowed to stay on the air. Yeah, Giants wanted May, Vikings wanted May. Yeah. Yeah, no, there were teams. Did not see it last night, Baxberg.
No, I did not.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Thanks for getting over it with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And you go to X to vote in our poll question, whether it be that Mark Miller, whether it be the David Moulton, whether it be Miller_Moulton. And our poll question today, we got a couple of college coaches, and there's another issue I want to get to, Mark. Remind me of that with college coaches. But a couple of college coaches that are really being, blankety blanks. You got Dion and the whole Colorado athletic department. You Denver Post columnists is saying bad things about us. I think they're personal. We're not going to let you cover us anymore. You can't ask questions. You can't even come to the games. And then you got Dabo, who got into it with a caller late last season on his coach's show. And so now he ain't taking callers on his coach's show anymore. In theory, the people that pay his salary, that whole line.
ESPN pays his salary.
Yes, they do. Don't you kid yourself.
We can quit with that whole
right.
People who pay his salary.
So anyway, that's our poll question. Who's a bigger chicken blank? And right now, 60-40 Dion. Dion or Dabo?
I voted Dabo.
Did you
and
really?
I'm upset with Dion. Dion bothers me with this stance. But the coach to say I'm not taking calls on the coach's show, where it's essentially all fans of the team. South Carolina fans aren't lining up to call Dabo on the Clemson coach's show.
I got to find out the call. Just like, we love Edgar from Palatka from about 15 years ago. I thought I saved the guy's name. He's, famous in South Carolina. I thought I saved it.
I think this is so chicken blank by Dabo. I'm stunned.
I thought he was from Spartanburg. But he's a celebrity now.
Or public enemy number one.
Tyler from Spartanburg.
You saved it?
I just looked it up.
Okay. You said you saved it, which worried me a little bit.
Right. But I did. I saved it somewhere. I just couldn't find where I saved it to. See, I'm at that stage in my life, Mark. Okay. Where I'm old. I saved it. Now I just don't know where. There's like 3 different places I could have saved it to. And in everyday life, that's fine. You've got the time to look it up. A live radio show, you really need to have it at your fingertips. Tyler from Spartanburg, 2.5 minutes expressing his displeasure with who Dabo's been hiring to fill out his coaching staff. He felt they were having a brain drain, and that's why they were falling behind. Yeah, Tyler from Spartanburg.
Way to go, Tyler. Now no one else can make a phone call to the coach because you had the audacity to challenge Dabo on his coaching hires.
How dare you, sir?
Instead of Dabo just laughing it off and merely saying, I think we've got control over who our coaches are, you no longer take calls, Dabo.
Right. And that.
Now you'll take texts, which can be edited down for your approval, and you can answer only the questions you want to answer, which for the life of me, on a call-in show as heavily produced as those are, you should only be taking the calls you want to take on that.
Now, for the record, we don't take calls on Miller and Moulton, not because we don't like the callers.
Well,
No, Mark. Mark doesn't prefer the call. He likes the whole texting.
love the texters.
And
if I don't respond to you, it doesn't mean I don't read it.
right. Okay. But Mark likes it because he thinks that, well, he doesn't think, he knows we can edit them and, take the parts out that we think contribute to the conversation. And by the way, we don't take the parts out where you call or text in and say we suck. In fact, there's a good chance we'll read those. J. Paul, by the way, in our Twitch chat room, all right, is with you, Mark. Okay, he says, no callers. We barely tune in for your guys' opinions, let alone we want to listen to Bob from wherever. All right.
So I'm walking the dog over the weekend, and I come across, and my dog's an idiot. My dog sees other dogs and goes nuts.
Still?
Yes.
I mean, it's the same walk at the same time.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Little dogs, big dogs, it does not matter. My dog goes bat blank crazy. We try to calm it down and say he's a close talker. He's a loud close talker. That's who my dog. And then if he can get a sniff, he usually calms down.
Okay.
So I come across a guy, nice dog, and he let the dog. So some people don't want your dog to come anywhere near that dog when your dog's going nuts.
Right.
And I'm like, he's nice. He's just an idiot. That's kind of how I start this out. And so they go through the circle of sniff. We're good. And the dog was actually calm enough that the four of us, the two dogs, the two humans, were walking together down the road, which is a rarity for me and my dog. And after a couple, I just, hi, hello. He goes, I know you. And I'm looking at the guy going, I know I don't know you.
Right. I don't know where you
live. I know your voice. What do you do? I said, I do a radio show. He goes, oh, you're Miller. I'm like, damn, that's pretty good, off the street.
Right.
And he, so we walk for a block, chat, and he goes, you guys got really good guests. Never once said,
you guys.
I like the guests on your show.
The texters are really smart, and you got good guests. You guys, we put up with you.
So maybe callers isn't the best idea. More guests, I guess, is what these people want.
Well, some people do, and we've got 4 of them today, beginning with Dallas Robinson of Pro Football Network in a half an hour. But that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. It's about 60-40 right now that you guys think Dion is the biggest chicken blank over Dabo. I want to get back to the college coaches, and we've talked about this before, and to many of you, I know we sound like spoiled members of the media. Okay, it's not about you, and it's not. And believe me, Miller and Moulton know that we suck. And I don't just mean Miller and Moulton. I mean, we as the media as a collective group. I mean, we know, trust me, we know where our public opinion polls are. We're slightly ahead of Congress, and below the IRS. I mean, we know where we rank. We do. All right. But one of the things that we have both railed on consistently over the years for various reasons is the whole depth chart game that college coaches play. And it's gotten crazy in the last 5-10 years. I mean, just nuts. Georgia, for this week's game against Clemson, has not released a depth chart. Won't give it out. So Clemson, in return, Dabo on his coach's show last night said, well, we're not going to release a depth chart if they're not going to release a depth chart.
No calls, no depth charts.
Right. Now, I know you may find this shocking, but even sometimes the TV networks that are covering the game can't get the coaches in the schools to give us the depth charts. And we're like, listen, you can't type all these graphics in like an hour, It takes time. You got 100 and plus players. We got to type them all in. We need to, we're not going to tell anybody. Okay, but we need time to, nope, sorry, not going to do it. I mean, I know we at CBS have met with coaches and SID staffs late Friday afternoon before the Saturday afternoon 3:30 game and still can't get information. It's like, guys, we're not going to give it out. We don't care. We just need to type our graphics.
That's the part that they don't understand, is that the network doesn't care.
No.
It's getting a job done. You need it to complete your job.
Right. Now, that argument by the networks could be made a lot easier up until about 3 years ago, because you couldn't gamble as actively on college football as you can now, because it's legal in 41 states, soon to be 43. So now we got the gambling factor at work here. And Mark, you and I have said for a while that these commissioners are going to have to step in here. You want the gambling money, you gotta placate the gambler. And if the National Football League can actively give out player health information, then you don't have an excuse, because you ain't as big as them, and you ain't never gonna be. So don't hide behind HIPAA BS. Don't hide behind, we're giving out information to our opponents. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Then return all the gambling money. You're taking the money, then the gambler needs to know who's playing. That's the deal. And right now, you've got leagues that are saying teams have to essentially give out an injury report 2 hours before a game, 3 hours before a game. Yeah, but all they have to do is send it to the league. And no guarantee that that information gets out. This isn't like the NFL, where 90 minutes before kickoff, every team has to release who's active and who's not. So if there are any game time decisions, they're not made at kickoff. They're made 2 hours beforehand in a workout, a warm up, and then literally teams have to submit a sheet, and it gets passed out to everyone at the press box, and the teams have to take to Twitter, okay, or X, and release who's active and who's inactive.
But Saturdays, under the cloak and dagger of what is college football, the coaches feel that anything that they release would give an advantage to the opposition or lose some of the power that they have over all of the media that they control. And I don't know which one's more important to the coach, David. I really don't.
I think it's the second one. Because we've said it, there is no more egotistical, power-hungry person in sports than the Division I college football coach, Miller and Moulton.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Darcy, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, they're mixed differently, and I have to manually try to make sure they're not so damn loud.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question. So, which coach is being more of a bark? Hey, I thought, not all my impressions are good. I thought that was pretty decent.
That was
Alarmingly so, in fact.
right.
Dion in Colorado for banning the Denver Post columnist. Not going to take questions from him. In fact, we're not even going to give him credentials. He can't even cover our games. He can't eat our free press box food. Not that sorry, blankety blank. Or Dabo, because Tyler from Spartanburg last year called him up and chastised him for 2.5 minutes. And he's not going to take that from the fans anymore, so he ain't taking calls on his coach's show. It's the Clemson Football Hour. You want to submit questions, that's fine. We'll answer the ones we like. So there. Nick used to do his coach's show from Baumhauer's in Tuscaloosa. You could show up for it, walk up to a microphone, ask him questions right there in person.
A lot of them did them live at establishments where the microphone was right there.
Yeah, but I mean, Nick.
I mean, Jimbo got into it when he was at Florida State with the fan at whatever bar or restaurant they were at.
Well, yeah, that was not Gene Deckerhoff's best moment when he was. I mean, the rumors were wild that Jimbo. I mean, this wasn't early November. This was near the end of the year. You're bailing on us. They're saying it's a done deal, and some guy at a coach's show at like a Holiday Inn or whatever in the bar restaurant brought it up, and oh man, Deckerhoff went crazy. Remember they brought security. Jimbo's two state policemen escorted the guy out. It's like all he did was bring up whether or not you're bailing on us and leaving. Don't have the right to ask that question?
Not without an armed escort out of the place.
That's college football, though. Oh, man. They are power and control animals.
So, David, switch to the pro game for a minute here.
Okay.
One of something we've been on for a long time is the number of new teams in the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
There's been an average of 5.85 new teams since 1990 every year. Now that we've gone to more playoff teams, it's been a minimum of 6 each year. New playoff teams.
So each of the last 2 years since we've gone from 12 to 14, 6 of the 14 have been new.
And according to the odds right now, there are only 2 AFC teams that didn't make it a year ago and 1 NFC team whose odds say they are going to the postseason based on betting them to make the playoffs or miss the playoffs. Right now, the Bengals are at minus 240 to make the playoffs. That would be a newcomer. The Jets are at minus 170. That would be a newcomer. And the Falcons are at minus 200. The Bears are even money to make the postseason.
By the way,
the AFC is even money. Everybody else you'd be making money on.
Did you see now the Jets are now the betting favorite to win the East? People souring on the Dolphins and looking, I think they've come to the same conclusion we have, Mark. Kind of like, man, if you can't get the Bills this year, when are you going to get them? Because they're not as good this year as they've been. At least their roster isn't. They may play better. Who knows? Maybe they'll finally stay healthy, although they haven't so far. But right now, the Jets are the betting favorite to win the AFC East.
They are my pick to win the AFC East.
Wow. Look at you.
Don't trust the Dolphins. I don't trust either line of scrimmage. I want to pick the Dolphins. I'm not trying to be that guy.
I know. No, we've said it for as long as we've done a show. It would make our life. Listen, as a talk show host, you want the teams that you predominantly talk about to be really good or really bad. This 9-8 missing the playoffs thing just doesn't work. I mean, you get angst for a little while and then it goes away. You need one or the other. I know. I might be a little bit too much with my heart here on the Dolphins because there are a lot of signs that they've got problems. A lot of signs. And I've had it in my head all offseason they're winning the East.
Part of that is because I don't think you believe the Jets can stay healthy.
No.
The Dolphins aren't starting the season out healthy.
I know they're not.
On the line of scrimmage where they have no depth.
Their early season schedule, though. I mean, after the first two games, Jacksonville and Buffalo at home. I mean, after those two games, Mark, they can win their next 5 games. I mean, they're going to be favored in all of them. And I don't think it's going to be any of them by a field goal or less either. I mean, they're going to be favored. 1 or 2 of those games, they might be, the team that people pick in the, pick your winner or get eliminated league.
Ooh, speaking of which, I got to get my check in for that. He still only takes checks.
Ooh.
Can't Venmo. Why would you make it simple on all of us?
That's a league I should be in. Only takes checks.
It really should. In fact, I'll give you the information after the show. You can send your stuff in. Pick'em league and a survivor league. You'd be all in.
Wow. That really does sound like my cup of tea there. All right. I know. You're right. The Dolphins, actually, there are a lot of warning signs. There really are. By the way, the Jags with some cuts. They let 3 guys go on defense yesterday that people who covered the team were like, wait, what? Really? They're going young. New defensive coordinator. They made, edge rusher and 2 DBs. They said, nah, we're changing things up. People are like, what? Really? So, some surprising cuts yesterday throughout the league. We'll say a couple interior offensive linemen. Both the Jags and Dolphins need interior offensive linemen. There were a few guys let go yesterday who've got resumes, who've got pedigree. And, like Pat talked about last week, you have to really do your homework. Were they being let go because now they're older and they're not as good? Or were they being let go because they're $3-4 million? And I got a 5th round pick who's $900,000. And that's why I'm going to let it. And there's not much difference. A little bit, but not $2.5 million worth. Because there's a couple guys that, put it this way, Mark, a couple guys who got let go yesterday who would have played on the Dolphins interior last 2 years. So I'll be curious if Chris Greer's making moves here. I think beginning this afternoon after 4 o'clock, I think that's a 24-hour period.
Well, you got some guys have to clear waivers, right?
Right.
And
if you're a veteran,
they don't. And
right. So some guys are available immediately, and some guys there's a few hours process there. So we'll see what happens.
But that you are right. It is a lot of work for these teams because it wasn't too long ago that there was tiers of the cuts.
Right.
And with everybody coming available on one day, it puts a lot of work on your pro personnel director.
And you've got the 16-guy practice squad. And some guys are like, well, if I'm going to a practice squad, I'm not going with you. Like Mike White. I mean, my guess is, now we don't know this because the Dolphins haven't said so publicly, but my guess is the Dolphins would have been willing to bring Mike White back, but on their practice squad. This way they have a 3rd quarterback in the building. Mike White instead signs with the Bills, or will sign with the Bills for their practice squad. Not even a roster spot. So, some guys are like, nope, I'm done with you.
But you can pay them more on the practice squad than you used to be able to.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that factor when it comes to a backup quarterback. It could just be simple money. Miller and Moulton. Let's talk more NFL. We'll talk Bengals next. Thanks for listening.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David
Mark
Moulton.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All set.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's this day and time every week throughout the football season where we'll be talking to Pro Football Network and ProFootballNetwork.com. They have an entire staff covering the league, a person per team. Dallas Robinson covers the league as a whole, but also with a focus on the Bengals because he hosts the Pro Football Network Bengals podcast. You can follow Dallas on X at Dallas, the letter D Robinson. Dallas D Robinson. Dallas, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. It feels like football season is finally here. I'm excited. How are you guys doing?
Well, we are doing well. Why is everybody picking the Bengals to win the hardest division in the league? Is it simply because they're counting on 17 starts from Burrow?
I mean, I think that's a big part of it. I think you can also look back at how things went last year when Joe Burrow wasn't around, right? I mean, the Bengals played, by many metrics, one of the hardest schedules in the NFL in the past, 40 years. It was an incredibly difficult schedule to play with or without your star quarterback. So the fact that they almost snuck into the playoffs with Jake Browning under center, I think, is a big testament to what Zach Taylor and that offense were able to accomplish. Now you bring back one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Maybe you take some of those concepts that you ran with Jake Browning last year to make things a little easier on Joe Burrow. And then you look around the division and you see the Ravens have lost a lot of pieces. The Browns have questions at quarterback. The Steelers certainly have questions at quarterback. I think you look at this Bengals roster as a whole, what they did in free agency, all 10 draft picks are making the roster this year, which is pretty impressive for a roster of the Bengals standing. I think you kind of take all those pieces together and you say, hey, this Bengals team went to the AFC championships in 2 of the past 3 years. They've got their quarterback back. They made some smart moves. Why can't they win this division? I think they can. I think there's a good chance that they will.
Where do you worry about this team? They've been a little banged up on the O-line. The defense last year was susceptible to the run. Where are the weaknesses of the Bengals in your estimation?
Yeah, I think most of my questions are probably still on the defensive side of the ball, right? They were bottom 5 in most defensive metrics. Lou Anarumo is considered a really good defensive coordinator, but he just didn't really have the pieces last year. He gave up a ton of explosive plays, the highest explosive play rate in the NFL. A lot of those questions, I think, were at safety, where Bengals still had not really replaced Jesse Bates and Von Bell, the combination that helped them get to the playoffs the past couple of years. They brought back Von Bell this year on a cheap deal. They brought in Geno Stone from the Ravens, so I think they really solidified that communication. My questions are more so on the front line. I think losing DJ Reader, defensive tackle who signed with the Detroit Lions this offseason, excellent against the run. Let's let the Bengals play less bodies in up front, put more bodies in coverage. Losing that type of body, I think, is going to have a big effect. Bengals brought in Sheldon Rankins, who's more of a pass rusher, who's not that good run stuffer that DJ Reader was. Drafted 2 defensive tackles. You never know how rookies are going to play, especially along the defensive tackles. But I think that's probably the main concern is how this run defense is going to hold up, how the middle of that line is going to hold up. But I think that's probably your biggest question. I think you've probably got a decent roster going into 2024.
Dallas, you made the point earlier that the Bengals, all their draft picks have made the team. That seems to be a trend. I mean, what the Colts did yesterday drew headlines because they cut a 5th, 6th, and 7th round guy that they drafted this year. But most teams in recent years are keeping all of their draft picks until they prove they really just can't flat play. How much of that is ego from the front offices, and how much of that is just being cheap and trying to manage the cap?
Yeah, it's a really good point about ego, right? I think there's always going to be that kind of sense of moral hazard with NFL GMs and scouting staffs. It's, hey, we have identified this player, we drafted this player, we've invested this player, we tried to develop this player. We don't want to give up on him. I think anybody can understand that, right? If you've made the decision on a player, you brought it in, you want to see it through. So I think that's a really good point. But salary cap is also another point that these guys are cheap. 5th, 6th round picks. These guys are making nothing. Even guys 1st and 2nd round players are, because of the NFL slotted rookie contract system, these guys are incredible value. So it's, you don't want to give up on these guys, because even if they're league average talents, you draft a guy in the 3rd round. Say you draft a defensive end. If he's a league average defensive end who's making $1 million a year, it's an incredible value. So you want to give those guys all the chances you can and let them develop. Let your coaching staff, I think, get their hands on them, try to get them in your system before you end up giving up on them. Because there's nothing I think a general manager hates more than seeing one of his players that he drafted maybe go to another team, get claimed off waivers, get traded, and then he goes to another team with a new staff and really succeeds and becomes that player that everyone thought he could. So I think general managers don't want that to happen. So as long as GMs want to protect, as you said, their ego and kind of their track record, I think we'll keep seeing that teams hanging on to their players they drafted.
You worry about either receiver, just in the cash grab world that we're in, that they're maybe not all in. I mean, Chase missing all of the preseason and the practice. Any worries there at all, or is this just business?
I think it's just business. I really do. With Jamar Chase, he definitely wants a new contract, but to me, it's always seemed like there's an unspoken agreement between him, Zach Taylor, maybe even Mike Brown in the front office that, he's going to protect his body. He's trying to make a statement and saying he wants a new contract. He wants an extension like a Justin Jefferson, like a CeeDee Lamb. If that's not going to come, it's probably okay if that doesn't come until next offseason, but at least he got to make a statement. He's already back in practice. He's expected back in week 1. T. Higgins, I don't have any concerns either. Things were a little rocky earlier this year when he got the franchise tag. It's clearly not what he wanted. He wants a long-term deal too. It doesn't sound like that's realistic at all for the Bengals, but T. Higgins is a guy, he's been in Cincinnati long enough. He's a guy who I think is going to put his head down, get to work, and I don't think the Bengals would tag him again next year, only out of principle, out of, hey, you've been here, you played out your franchise year, we'll let you be a free agent next year. I think if he puts his head down and kind of has a great season, he could go out and possibly be the number 1 free agent wide receiver on the market in 2025. So I think there's all sorts of motivation for him as well. So I think both from what the players are trying to get out of this and what the team is trying to get out of them, I do think they're going to meet in the middle and have a successful season from both players, I think.
Talking the NFL with a focus on the Bengals with Dallas Robinson of Pro Football Network, ProFootballNetwork.com. You can follow him on X at Dallas, the letter D, Robinson, Dallas D. Robinson. Brown and the Bengals get criticized for being cheap and for some of the things that they do and say. However, we're on their side with the T. Higgins situation in this sense. The Rams just traded their leading tackler, a good young player, because, we're not going to be able to come to a contract agreement and we're going to lose him for nothing after this year. So we don't want to do that. So they gave him away for a song. It looks like the Niners may still trade Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers because they can't reach a contract extension. The Bengals, it seems to us, Dallas, they're okay letting T walk and have a nice life and make a lot of money somewhere else, but they're going to keep him for 1 more year because they're trying to win a Super Bowl, and we're on their side.
Yeah, I think it makes the most business sense. I got questions all offseason. Are the Bengals going to trade T. Higgins? Could he go to the Titans and follow Brian Callahan, the former Bengals offensive coordinator? Could he go to the Patriots? All sorts of teams that I think on paper would have been a fit for a receiver like that. But you're exactly right. My response all summer long was this team is trying to win a Super Bowl. This team has been to a Super Bowl in the past 3 years. They've been to the 2 AFC championships in the past 3 years. They've rebuilt this roster. They filled in gaps through free agency. I don't think they were ever in a position where they were going to try and trade T. Higgins away. I also don't think they were ever in a position where they were going to extend his contract. So I think you're right. This is kind of, I don't want to call it a make or break year for the Bengals, because when you have a quarterback like Joe Burrow, he's even said this. The Super Bowl window is his entire career. That, for the most part, that's true. But the Bengals are going to have to start cutting corners at certain spots and making hard decisions in certain spots. That's why they went out and drafted a guy like Jermaine Burton in the 3rd round, who maybe is eventually going to be T. Higgins' replacement, right? So I think even if this year is not, quite Super Bowl or bust, you are looking at a place with the Bengals roster where this might be the best the Bengals roster ever is, because Joe Burrow's cap is going to go up to $50 million plus over the next few years. So I think you're right. This is a season where Bengals are all in. So T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, anybody that has these outstanding contract issues, I do think once the season starts, all of that will kind of go by the wayside, and it's a focus on let's go grab this Lombardi.
How close are the rosters in this division? I mean, you just wrote an article of like which quarterbacks could get benched first, and Russell Wilson's second on that list. That leads me to believe that, well, in your opinion, Pittsburgh, maybe the roster's there, but there's a big difference at the quarterback position.
Yeah. I think the Steelers have a pretty good roster. You know, I think all the teams in this division actually have a pretty decent roster. I think the Steelers did a really good job specifically this offseason of revamping their offensive line. They drafted Zach Frazier and Troy Fontenot in the first 2 rounds. I think that they're really going to lean into their run game this year. You look at the Cleveland Browns, I will maintain that the Browns have maybe the second best roster in the NFL after the 49ers, if you don't include quarterback, right? If you look at their depth chart at offensive line and defensive line, the secondary, they have elite pieces almost everywhere on that roster. It's just Deshaun Watson is a huge question. The Ravens, I think, they've got a 2-time MVP in Lamar. You've lost 60% of your offensive line. You've lost some other pieces on offense and defense. You've lost defensive coordinator Mike McDonald, who, for my money, is one of the best play callers in the NFL. But you've got Lamar Jackson, you've got John Harbaugh, you've still got a lot of solid pieces in that defense. You know, I think going back to what we talked about at the beginning, that yes, this is the strongest division in football. I think this is the strongest set of rosters in football. You can question where the Steelers are going to be in a few years if they don't have an answer under center, and same with Cleveland. But the front offices, coaching staffs, I think you look through this division at kind of how each team and each organization is run from top to bottom. And I think the AFC North still reigns supreme. There are other divisions like the NFC North, the NFC West that I think are catching up in terms of roster talent and overall strength. But going into 2024, I would still put the AFC North number 1 overall in terms of all the divisions.
Bengals offensive line, it's been an issue under Burrow. They've already suffered an early season injury. You throw in the fact that we don't think they've sufficiently replaced Joe Mixon. Are you sold that the parts around Joe, not including wide receiver, are good enough?
So, at running back, I think that there's a chance that the Bengals could actually upgrade over Joe Mixon. He just wasn't – he got what was blocked most of the time. He wasn't the most explosive player in the world, not just last season, but over the past couple seasons. I think the hope for the Bengals is that Chase Brown can give you some of that highlight reel, home run hitting ability that Joe Mixon didn't. Chase Brown, on a screen last year against the Colts, had the second highest speed for any ball carrier in the NFL, behind only DK Metcalf. It was like 22.6 miles per hour or something. He was absolutely flying. I think that he is going to be a huge part of the Bengals offense as a receiver, you know, as that kind of lightning threat, while Zach Moss, who the Bengals signed in free agency, is going to be that power back who I think he can score 7, 8, maybe 9 touchdowns, I think, in a goal line role for the Bengals. Offensive line, I think, is an issue, but I would only say it's an issue on the interior. I think guard, center, you know, Ted Karras, Cordero Bolson, you're a little bit weaker there than you'd like to be going into 2024. But tackle, I think the Bengals have to be pretty pleased with where they are. Marius Mims was their first-round pick. He looked excellent throughout the summer. Suffered a minor pectoral injury. Looks like Trent Brown, who the Bengals signed in free agency, will be their week 1 starter, but I have to believe Mims will be the lineup sooner than later. And then Orlando Brown at left tackle, he gave up quite a few pressures last year, but for what the Bengals were dealing with there the past few years with Jonah Williams, their former first-round pick, who really could not hold up on the left side, I think the Bengals are pretty happy with what they got out of Orlando Brown. Revamped their backup depth options this week in roster cut down. So from that perspective, I'm actually pretty happy. I think what I'm most interested to see is how different this offense looks, right? Brian Callahan, we mentioned, went to Tennessee as their new head coach. Dan Pitcher is now in Cincinnati as a play caller. Or as an OC, he is not called the plays. Zach Taylor calls the plays in Cincinnati. But I'm curious to see, do the Bengals do less spread out looks? Do they do less looks from the shotgun? Do they go under center more? Do they use more play action? These are not things that Joe Burrow typically likes to do. He doesn't like to turn his back to the defense. But these are the things that are really successful in today's NFL. And I'm curious if he's open to a few new strategies that could maybe help things look a little easier for him. Look how
Gotcha.
strategies the Bengals used last year for Jake Browning a little bit. Make things a little simpler. So I'm curious to see how that looks going in next season.
Dallas Robinson. He writes for Pro Football Network, profootballnetwork.com. You can follow Pro Football Network at PFN 365. You can follow Dallas at Dallas, the letter D Robinson. Dallas D Robinson. Dallas, thanks for doing this. Safe travels, and hopefully we'll talk again.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Dallas Robinson, kind enough to join us with a focus on the Bengals from Pro Football Network.
One of the teams that I think everybody has making the playoffs that didn't make it a year ago.
Yes.
The odds are the highest on Cincinnati to make the playoffs of non-playoff teams from a year ago.
Probably the easiest pick in the league. Falcons probably second easiest. Bucks not getting any credit, even though they've won the division 3 straight years.
You got that? Those are the two teams. And then after that, the Jets are the third choice.
Miller and Moulton. Bud Elliott to join us in 45 minutes. But Seth Everett is next on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Look any different, Realtor Clark on YouTube? Hope the technology was working okay for you. Morning, buddy.
Hi there.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay.
Oh, everything all right?
Doing okay. Life's just, sometimes it's harder than others. And right now, life is hard.
I get it, man.
Yeah.
I totally get it. I am headed to Syracuse in about a half an hour.
I was going to say, it's funny because I'm headed to Fort Myers in about 2.5 hours.
There you go. You're doing Saturdays and Mondays again?
Yeah, I leave Friday.
Okay.
So, yep.
I think you come here once.
Only one Monday nighter in Jersey. We do have a Monday nighter in Philly.
Do you have the date? Do you know it off the top of your head or no?
It's the Bills Jets, which I think is the 12th or 13th of October.
Of October.
Yeah.
Okay.
We come to Philly in 3 weeks for week 2.
That's Columbus Day.
Yeah.
I might have iHeart. Okay. We'll make a deal. We'll do something.
Okay.
Cool. Columbus Day.
You guys will love this. Mark, by the way, I sent you a text with Bud's email link.
I just sent him another email.
In the Diamond District.
So my mom has her favorites on this show. Okay.
Yeah.
And I would say that you and Bud Elliott are 2 of her top 5.
Okay. I'll take top 5.
And I can say that with confidence. I don't know if if both of you make the top 3 or only one of you make the top 3.
Well, if you have 2 guests every show, that's only 10 people. So being top 5 is just
we have 12 regular guests during football season, you snarky blankety blank.
All right, so fine.
It just
top 5.
Sit there and take the compliment. Golly. So she sends me a text because I just teased, hey, Bud Elliott, and next is Seth Everett. She texts me. She goes, oh, my goodness. Bud and Seth in the same hour. All right. And to quote her here, all right, she goes, okay, be still my heart, oh, my, as said by Susan Sarandon and Bull Durham. It's going to be beautiful.
Very nice. That's funny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home for the show and for the week, the 8 o'clock hour on a Wednesday. Bud Elliott in a little more than 30 minutes time, but this is Seth Everett time. He of Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. What are you teaching? 3 college classes? I mean,
3.
No offense. Don't take this personally. We're all friends. We all like one another.
I don't know if I have enough information.
Yeah. Do you really have that much wisdom that you should be teaching 3 classes?
No, there's no wisdom here. No. But
Seth,
I've got him fooled. I've got him fooled. So 2 today, and then the third one starts next week.
Well, I know you jumped one class from a 1-credit course to a 3-credit course.
Yep.
How much is it 3 times as much work?
It is. It's more work. It's
for you or the student?
Oh, I think the student. I had to come up with new projects because, when it was the 1-credit class, and I'm still teaching the 1-credit class, that's the students create their own podcast. But now you can't just do that for a semester. There's got to be more. So
is that, by the way, the whole semester? Is the semester they create their own podcast?
In the 1-credit class, yeah.
Yeah, because I had a class like that in college. We spent an entire semester I kid you not, coming up with the definition of news. We spent an entire semester coming up with the definition that we communication majors were going to get into the news business. This is what we were going to take with us for the rest of our life.
I remember we had a project where we had to debate pro or against should ABC have replayed the Joe Theismann injury. I loved it. I had a blast. I think that stuff is super fun. I had a great time.
By the way, I'll let the two of you play judge and jury. All right. 40 years ago, the definition of news, us great minds, we came up with information that is owed to the public.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I think it holds up better than what people pass off as news today.
Speaking of news, did you guys listen to the final sign off of the iconic New York radio station WCBS?
It's a
News
big
Radio
New York
880
story, but yeah, the all news station for nearly 60 years has now become, that's where ESPN Radio in New York City is going to. They are now on 880 AM, which for the longest
65
time
people got laid off. It's terrible.
Yeah, I know. And what's weird is that the station not only had good ratings, but it had great billing.
Oh, great billing.
I mean, the station actually billed more money every month than ESPN New York did.
I was on that station for 3 years, 2016 through 2018, and it was like the honor of a lifetime. It was such a thrill to be on that station. Just in the short time there. But I'm friends with a lot of those guys there. My social media has been all news all the time, all CBS 880, constantly with links and posts and tributes.
I'm curious, did they replace it? I know ESPN took that over, but did it go somewhere else on the dial that they're doing that, or did they just cut?
No, they just shuttered it. It's terrible. Not to get too in the weeds, but the same company owned 1010 Wins and CBS, so this was going to happen. And I said on Sports with Friends, I'm part of the problem, because as much as I love the people who made up 880, I hadn't listened in about 8 years. I don't listen to live radio unless I'm on it, and it's because of podcasts. It's because of the new technology, and unfortunately, WCBS couldn't embrace the new technology. It's a fact that the spoken word is a vibrant, strong industry. The radio industry is what's come into question. And if the answer is to just shutter it, that's the shame. And there are people who are award-winning journalists that are now just put out to pasture.
Seth, is radio, which obviously we're a radio show. Yeah. Now, our show is podcasted. Every segment is its own podcast. You can get it, millerandmoulton.com, by the way. But do you see the parallels between newspapers and radio in this sense? People still read the written word. There are whether it's the New York Times or the Washington Post or a local paper, they're still having hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who go online to read their product. They're just not going to the newsstand and touching the paper. They're not having it delivered to their front porch. And you're saying that that's the transition, that radio in podcast form is doing gangbusters. Radio in radio form is slowly not.
It's not. It's simply because they haven't figured out how to monetize. The radio companies haven't figured out how to monetize the digital offerings the same way they could bill the radio station. And the radio stations, in a format, are being downsized by the companies, not by the industry. These industry, there's a reason why Wondery is spending $100 million on a podcast. $100 million.
Well, the Kelseys just sold theirs for over $100 million the other day.
Well,
I thought you were talking about Alex Smith, who sold hers last week for $1.25.
Okay, so companies are spending for the spoken word. They're just not spending in the traditional sense. So it's the same parallel as newspapers. It's linear television. It's the same thing. And so what I'm conflicted on is I am heartbroken for my friends who are out of work. I am part of the problem. So I feel guilty to a degree because I contributed to the demise of that radio station.
And the spoken word part of radio is the only part of it that's surviving at all, because the music end is completely been obliterated from.
You guys remember the story in Oregon about the woman who left the midday show and they replaced her with AI. That's not the answer.
No, it is not. Miller and Moulton yet to be replaced by AI, but you never know. Although, I don't know, AI, since we own every aspect of the show, Mark, wouldn't AI have to tap us on the shoulder and make us a deal?
And if they do, would we listen?
Well,
depends on the
technically, here's the real question. Would you guys as AI be part of the top 5 as opposed to the current top 5 favorite guests?
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Ball of Justice.
I'm just going to hell. That's all there is.
You really are. Okay, before the show, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you saw that my mother has Seth as one of her 5 favorite guests. So that's where the AI reference.
But the AI version,
right? Would Miller and Moulton be top 5 guests on the Miller and Moulton AI show? That's hysterical. You blankety blank. Follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett.
Seth, I'm curious because now I'm getting up on the weekends and we haven't really started with full-blown football, but even when we do, I get up like you do on the weekends and I'm watching are you watching anything besides Arsenal? Do you watch the random EPL game and are you all in on the coverage of it? Because I find myself now watching more than ever before.
Yeah, the NBC coverage has been remarkable. Their pregame show is great. I don't say I just put on any game, but I'll watch Man City, I'll watch Liverpool, I'll watch Chelsea, just the teams that are the challenging for the title. If Man City is tied in the second half and there's a chance that they could drop points. Last year it was that close. Arsenal missed by 2 points. And if you think about one game would have made the difference between them being the title winner or not, this year it's going to be just as close. So if any chance Man City, if I see on my phone Man City is losing or tied, I'll flip it on.
I know your alma mater's in the ACC, but there's talk that UConn is negotiating with both the Big 12 and the ACC.
Yeah. Could we, if they go to the Big 12, could we trade UConn for like Stanford?
No, I think it's too late for that.
What a mess! The names of these conferences make no sense. Syracuse plays Stanford, I think, in week 2. That's a weird game. It's going to take it's a little bit more than when Syracuse left the Big East to go play North Carolina. That was one weird thing. This is another weird thing altogether.
Will it be weirder in the college football season, or will it be weirder when you watch your beloved Syracuse basketball team play?
Basketball. Well, the thing is, all the decisions get made because of football, and then basketball just picks up the pieces, and it's a weird one. The whole thing, the whole landscape, is unnerving. I did a podcast this week for Sports with Friends with Steve Hogan, a guy you guys know. He's the CEO of Florida Citrus Sports. Runs the Citrus Bowl and the Pop-Tarts Bowl, and we talked about that. And right now they have, the also-rans in the Big Ten and the SEC, which are still bigger than any other also-rans in any other conferences. And we talk about the realignment of conferences and what's the role of the bowl game in the future with this college football playoff and all that other stuff. If they're going to expand to 16 teams, do you even have the bowl games? What's the value of the bowl games to the other people? It's a mishmash of a college football landscape.
Yeah, and yet many of us are as excited about this
Yeah.
college football season as we've been. But you're right, for the bowls, like the Pop-Tart Bowl and what have you, it's a land of uncertainty. All right, that's Sports with Friends. So it's Hall of Justice.
Hall of Justice is a gentleman. I call it Hall of Justice adjacent. It's a guy I've been trying to get for a long time. His name is Ken Levine. Ken Levine wrote for MASH, Cheers, won an Emmy Award writing for Cheers, and Frasier. Had his own podcast, and for 8 years was a Major League Baseball play-by-play announcer for the Mariners, the Orioles, the Dodgers. He has had 2 iconic careers. So we did part 1 of his conversation on the Hall of Justice this week. And then in a couple of weeks, I'm going to put him on Sports with Friends and we're going to talk sports. So Ken Levine is a fascinating individual. This is a guy who wrote Cheers. He wrote the scene where Eddie LeBeck died. Carla's husband, Eddie LeBeck, played by Jay Thomas, dies. And there's that iconic scene. And he and his writing partner wrote that. And to me, I couldn't wait to talk to him.
Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice with Seth Everett. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Seth, safe travels. Good luck teaching. We'll talk to you next week. Seth Everett here on Miller and Moulton. But Elliott in 25 minutes. MillerandMoulton.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Coach Grizzle, this isn't that complicated. More people watch. Outside, what baseball game Mark, what time does the EPL play? 10 a.m.?
Yeah, 9 a.m., 10 a.m., whatever it is.
What baseball game would you have to put on? I mean, the EPL does 1 million. Sometimes 1-1, 1-3. You tell me what teams we would have to put on at 10 a.m. baseball to garner that. When it's 7 o'clock on Sunday, unless we're putting the big boys on, it barely beats that. I mean, if we put Houston and Texas on at 7 o'clock on Sunday, that game does 1.3.
Well, I'll be curious. Like last night, the TBS game was Phillies and Astros.
Right. On TBS, I'll bet you it did 400,000 tops. If you put Caitlin Clark right now on a network, she does $2+ million. And that's in the WNBA. So, Mark, Monday night we're losing our two doubleheader bets, and Indiana's got Atlanta covered. It's fine. And then all of a sudden, Indiana goes stone cold in the fourth quarter, and Atlanta cuts it to 3. And they got the ball with like a minute to go. I'm like, are you blanking me? And we're laying 2.5, folks, with the Fever. Unfortunately, the Fever covered. I'm like, man, this night, our system went 0-2. Can't lose on the Fever. No, I don't mean. I mean, Grizzle. Who would we? If your beloved Braves, who are they? They just beat the Twins. We put the Braves Twins on Sunday morning, 10 a.m. I'll put them on NBC. How many people are going to watch? And the demographics a bad one. It's old, predominantly male. Remember, Coach Grizzle, it's all a TV show.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Bud Elliott to join us in a little more than 15 minutes. This is the day and time that he will be joining us throughout the college football season. Bud Elliott, Wednesdays, a little past 8:30 here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Our poll question, and you can go to that, Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, and vote. So which college coach are you, coming down on harder? Dion for banning and boycotting the Denver Post columnist, or Dabo because he's not taking calls anymore? All because of Tyler from Spartanburg last year chastising him for 2.5 minutes about his recent hires and not getting involved in the transfer portal. So who you think, which coach is a bigger bok?
And I think it's Dabo.
Wow.
And trust me, I'm not at all pleased with what Dion's doing.
No.
At all. It's a bad look. but that reporter has come at Deion hard for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the move that Deion's making. He brought a lot of notoriety to this guy who didn't need any if Deion would have just kept on keeping on. But Dabo saying I'm not taking calls on the Clemson call-in coaches show is a slap in the face to every Clemson fan. These fans love these shows. I know Seth thinks radio's dead. I get it, but it's not as dead as he thinks it is, and the numbers back that up. Seth is leaping instead of walking when it comes to some of these things. And these coaches shows generate a lot of money, generate a lot of goodwill towards the fan base, and they're easy because they're softball questions. And the one tough question that Dabo's probably received in the last decade causes him to not take calls anymore.
Submit your thoughts, Mark, via text. You know, the way we do it here on Miller and Moulton. You know, text, Twitch chat room. All right. No more live calls. It's no longer the Dabo, coaches show. It's the Clemson football hour.
And trust me, I have a texter who very much wants a new producer for this show, who thinks that I apparently, I didn't suck enough as a host. I now suck as a producer as well.
Wow.
Mainly because computers don't work from time to time, and I get blamed for that now.
Yeah, well, that is.
We never blamed people in the past for that. We just kind of rolled with it. Now that
your fault.
One of the hosts is in charge of the computers, it's my fault. And that's okay. I'm fine with that.
Right. Comes with the territory, right?
Right.
So that's our poll question. Mark votes Dabo. I voted Deion. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X and vote. Hey, we were talking ratings a little bit, as we always do with Seth. Did you see the weekend ratings for college football?
I did not, and I imagine they were pretty darn good.
They were better than that. So, the game was only on the 4-letter network. It was not on ABC.
No, they were running
Probably Little League Baseball, right? Yeah. So 5 million watched Florida State, Georgia Tech at noon on one of the last Saturdays across the country, summer-wise. I know in the Southeast, we've already gone back to school. They haven't gone back to school in a good chunk of this country. It's still summer. You got to stop what you're doing with one of the last great summer weekends to watch this. 5 million. It's 40% higher than Notre Dame Navy last year, same time, same location. That game did 3 million. This one did 5.
Help me. What was the score last year?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm guessing Notre Dame whooped them. In fact, I'm pretty sure they did.
Right.
Devoured them by like 40 or something like that. By the way, highest rated ESPN college football game at noon in 8 years.
Woo.
Yes. You got to go back to 2016 when they aired Ohio State, Michigan. The last time they had a noon game on the 4-letter network outdraw Florida State, Georgia Tech. Think about how big that is for Georgia Tech. They don't get any eyeballs for their game. Get that kind of viewership, put forward that kind of performance. That's big for them. Game day, 1.6 million. That's a good number. That's a regular season October number. And for this game, it's up 41% from the same game day last year. Is that the game? Is that Saban? Is it the 12-team playoff mark and that you, and you're a big college football fan, but you are far more in this year than you've been the 2-3 years leading up to this season.
I cannot wait for everything about this college football season. Every single weekend's going to have playoff implications in one way, shape, or form. So I'm all in. And I think people were curious. I think that has something to do with it. I don't know how much Nick moved it. Apparently all we heard was how drunk McAfee was the night before, and I watched a good chunk, and that seemed to be a small part of it.
Claims he drank over 30 beers.
30 Guinness.
Right.
You know how hard that is to do? I try all the time to accomplish these things. 30 beers is a big number.
So a huge rating success. How much of it is because of any of the two teams involved? Like a gentleman in our Twitch chat room said, you got that Atlanta market tuned in.
No,
it's Georgia Tech. It ain't Georgia. Big difference.
Georgia Tech hasn't moved the needle in decades.
Does Florida State move the needle? Yeah, they do. Little, but they do. Absolutely. What Bobby created, that doesn't go away, even with a few mediocre seasons. But big college football ratings. Little League World Series, by the way, did well. Also, numbers up, highest numbers they've had in 9 years. So whether it was, I don't know, the Lake Mary team, just an American team winning a close championship game. I guess the final hour of that title game had 5.5 million people watching. Granted, it was on ABC, and it's like 5:30, 6 o'clock on a Sunday, but just saying.
So wait a minute. We're still watching a lot of sports on television is what you're telling me. And the football season has barely begun.
NASCAR race did well. It was an amazing race. It's crash derby, but it's exciting. It is. It's good TV.
And I'm guessing the golf did what it does because no one really cares about the FedEx Cup.
Yeah, it did like 2.3 million. It was last of all the major sports that took place this weekend. It was last. But even Caitlin Clark and Indiana Fever, they had a game on NBA TV, I think Friday night. It would have been the 4th highest rated NBA game last year on NBA TV.
She's not just moving the needle, she's pinning the needle.
Yeah. She's even turning people who had said bad things about her 2-3 months ago into saying, oh, no, she's the reason.
She's gotten better as the season's gone on.
Yeah, and so have they. True.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Miller and Moulton. Bud Elliott, the first of his weekly appearances. He will join us every Wednesday at this time into December on Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, bud.
What's going on, guys?
You know, football season. We're seeing you. It means football season's
That's
here.
right.
So you didn't answer me on Twitter, which I didn't expect you to because you make money doing it. Did you take Georgia Tech in the points?
No, I had under.
Okay, you had the under.
Yeah, it was good. No, I just I was projecting like a higher run rate, so I just kind of figured, all right, like they're going to rush a lot. Tech's a pretty heavy rush. Clock runs,
Boy, does it ever.
I mean, that's kind of. Now, I didn't think it would run like that, but I mean, we needed. I think I filled at like 28.5 and 28 on the first half under, so half win, half push there on the first half stuff. A lot of it's just like, I mean, I got a whole sheet of teams I think are faster or slower this year, and if I'm right, then that's it's a good thing.
Good.
Right? Yeah, exactly. So,
We'd like to be right.
yeah, no doubt. You guys been well?
Doing okay.
Nice.
Doing okay. By the way, you were part of the biggest press release I've ever seen yesterday.
Oh, it was huge.
For those that don't know, CBS Sports HQ announced they're doing a 3-hour pregame show every Saturday, 9 to noon. And they sent out pictures of everyone who's part of the show. And there's over 20 people who apparently can be part of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And Bud being one of them. Picture, by the way, I thought was good.
Thank you.
But I'm like, holy crap. That's a lot of talking heads right there.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting show. A lot of people on it, a lot of different viewpoints, and I'm excited. I think it's also the way I would pitch it. Okay, is I think it's more for the diehards. You're tapping in, I think, to a lot more folks who are on the ground. A lot of our 24/7 sports sites, which is obviously a sister network of CBS. Like they're already like in the press box by 10 a.m. for these noon games. So they're actually seeing who is warming up, and we're going to have, I think, just because of how the show is structured, a lot less like features, you know what I mean? Like game day.
Good.
Right. Okay. So
you mean you're going to talk about games?
Right. We're talking ball games. Okay. Now look, that's not a shot at game day. They clearly are trying to rope in more of a casual audience. That's why you bring McAfee. That's why you have the whole cast go do like the Gaelic games or the whatever that was, and that kind of stuff. But like, not everybody's into that, and I don't think everybody has to compete for the same audience.
Neither was Desmond.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, it's
and
like
he was
ESPN,
part of the feature.
You guys know it. Like ESPN has, like, they're so big with that show. You have to capture all the casuals.
Sure.
Like, there's not enough diehards out there to scale that thing. But I think this, because digital streaming is something interesting. I did not have a fashion consultant at CBS, but this is a $2 T-shirt off Temu. So, sorry, I was looking at the chat. Good weekend of games coming up.
Pretty good week one, isn't it?
I'm excited, man. It's going to be good.
Well, this is the most excited that I've seen my co-host for a college football season since we've been doing this.
I'm fired up about the 12-team playoff.
He's a fan.
But I like the next step. I'm I'm really curious of what this means. And we said it a long time ago. There's only before this year, there were a handful of college football games that mattered. This whole every game matter was BS. No, every game matters now.
Yeah, it does. I do think that. So I went back and redid our rundowns for the last 2 years in the offseason, imagining if we had the 12-team format. And there are a couple games that I think would have less meaning.
Okay.
I don't think you can shy away from that, but I think you have so many more games that have a lot more meaning. We can hit this on the show, but
Sure.
To me, it's not.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And you can turn to twitch.tv/Miller Moulton and see Bud Elliott looking good to start the season. Follow Bud on X at Bud Elliott 3, Bud Elliott 2 L's 2 T's and the number 3. 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports Family, Cover 3 podcast, Nolecast. He's not busy at all this time of year. Where do you want to start? Obviously, a terrific first game in terms of bringing people in, excitement. Hey, wow, maybe we'll bring parity to college football, which we've really never had. But your thoughts, 12-team playoff. Are 25 schools genuine contenders for the playoff? What do you think the number is?
I think it's 50. I mean, I'm not saying that 50 have an awesome shot to make it, but I think there are probably 50 schools that go in thinking, hey, if we play really well and get the right breaks, we're really going to contend for this down the stretch. I mean, you think about it, there's probably 8 or 10 just in the G5 who are going to be competing for that group of 5 spot. I mean, are you going to tell UNLV and Fresno they don't have a shot to potentially get that spot? Maybe, but maybe not, right? What if UNLV pulls an upset this weekend at Houston and puts a Power 5 win in its back pocket? If they can do that, maybe they could beat a Syracuse who has to come to Las Vegas in about a month, So, I mean, I think you start with that. In the Big 12, there's legitimately 8 or 10 teams that could win the Big 12. So right there, guys, we're at 20, And then ACC, there's probably 6 who could win it. The SEC, 6 or 7, depending on how Georgia and SEC is going to get, quite a few at-large bids. The numbers are adding up here pretty quickly. The Big 10 has probably 7 teams that I think if they play really well could make it. Not all obviously will, but I mean, these numbers add up pretty good. And down the stretch, more teams will have something to truly play for. And then the teams that traditionally had nothing to play for, they're going to have a real chance to be spoilers for some of these rivals.
How big then is opening weekend for the ACC? Obviously, the champ gets in. We know that. But after Florida State, one of the teams that was favored, loses to Georgia Tech, SMU goes out and nearly lays a huge egg in Nevada and escapes, scoring 16 points in the fourth quarter to win. But now you have Florida and Miami. You have Clemson taking on Georgia. I think this is a monster weekend for the ACC, Bud.
I agree. Obviously, I think everybody expects Georgia to handle Clemson. So if you lose that, I don't think that's a huge deal. I think if Miami loses to Florida, then the chance of getting an at-large for the ACC is rather low. Not impossible, but certainly lower. When I run my model, I'm usually seeing 2 ACC teams and no Irish, or 1 ACC team plus Notre Dame. There's obviously the scenario in which a 9-3 team wins the ACC title game, so they're automatically in. Maybe the team they beat was 11-1, knocks them to 11-2. 11-2, I feel pretty good you're going to be in, regardless of who you are. And then maybe still Notre Dame could get in. But for the most part, I think ACC is a 1-bid league or a 2-bid league, and it's somewhat dependent on how the Irish play.
By the way, your model, okay, what does it spit out? Your I guess it's consensus model. How does it break down?
Sure. So, I put out my thing today. I think Miami has a decent shot. And by decent, I mean more than 1% to go undefeated. Okay. So you look at that. I actually spit them out at number 2 in the playoff rankings over Georgia, who I think is still probably the best.
So you have Miami winning. Your consensus model has Miami winning the ACC.
Yeah, because I had to downgrade Florida State over how bad the passing game looked. Right. So now I have Miami favored in every game. And so I think there's that was kind of a fun result that I put out on Twitter yesterday. I think that you could get 4 SEC, 4 Big Ten, if some of the Big Ten teams are not quite as good in the middle and bottom. And thus it allows like Michigan, Penn State, Ohio State, and Oregon to not lose any of these like Iowa, Wisconsin, USC, Minnesota level games.
And Iowa is such an interesting team in the Big Ten because, like Missouri and the SEC, the schedule favors Iowa, I think, in every game they're going to play, with the exception of Ohio State. So, it is the committee's going to have a job this year comparing, that 11-1, say, to a Miami 11-2 if they were to stumble somewhere and lose the ACC championship. I actually think the committee's going to have work to do this year.
I think they will too, but perhaps less stakes, right? People are not going to be quite as fired up over the 12v13 argument as they were the 4v5, because I think the counter is win more ball games, right? I think people have a little bit less kind of ferocity to the argument if it's like, hey, dude, yeah, I know you think this team's in, but they did lose twice, or they did lose 3 times, like be better. So we don't know how the committee is going to treat strength of schedule. Traditionally, they have sort of give lip service to strength of schedule, but they have largely just conducted an ordinal rank methodology where, okay, all the zeros, all the ones for the most part, unless the quarterback has an injury like FSU last year. So
Bud Elliott, 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports, Cover 3, no cast. Follow him on X at Bud Elliott 3, 2 L's, 2 T's, Bud Elliott 3. All right, we'll go back for 30 seconds. Is that a one-off for Florida State, or, oh boy, did we overrate them?
So I thought their most likely records were 10-2, 9-3, 8-4. I thought it would be a good defensive team. Their linebacker play and safety play was really a problem. A lot of the broadcast focused on the defensive line, but I mean, you're sitting in a too high shell, your D line's eating double teams, and your backers aren't firing, and your fills from the safeties are not there. So my guess here is they tighten out the rotation quite a bit, given that at least the pace they're playing with suggests more of like an NFL number of plays in the game. So I don't need to keep guys fresh. Like NFL teams don't rotate when they face 50 plays. College teams used to rotate a lot when they're facing 75 or 80 plays, which doesn't appear to be happening quite as much anymore in the sport. But I just think the passing game is limited, right? The receivers, we know they've got some studs coming in recruiting. I think they probably hit on the true freshmen, but they are true freshmen, and they've got 3 that are in the boat now. I think in the future they will have a very good receiving core, but this is definitely a noticeable downgrade to the receiving core, like we kind of thought it might be. And DJU didn't look as comfortable as I think you would hope he would look at all. I mean, now I don't think the guy's great, and I don't think that Florida State took him with the idea that they were going to improve him a lot. I think Oregon State had a better team around him offensively than FSU does this year. And I don't know if people get that, but Oregon State was pretty damn good last year, talent-wise on offense. Multiple guys drafted, obviously, yeah. So they're, I think, probably still a pretty good team. I downgraded their power rating slightly, but I would still favor them by more than a touchdown over Tech, despite the result, if they had to line up and play again today. And we'll see where they go. I don't think Norvell's a bad coach, so we'll see.
The one thing that struck both David and I were the number of plays, or lack thereof, in the game. How much more closer to the norm is that 60 plays that we saw per squad? A lot fewer possessions per squad, some long drives, but Bud, that's something that I know you like to gamble a little bit. I would have to think that's something you paid a little bit of attention to.
Certainly. The new helmet communication in the sport, for folks at home who don't know, now they have the helmet radios that cut off 15 seconds on the play clock. They also have the sideline tablet stuff to have immediate access to the replay, which means fewer coaches are up in the box now, right? Like a lot of them have decided to go down to the field because they don't have to be up there, to be the eye in the sky. They can just have the eye in the sky in their hand on that iPad. So I am tracking that pretty closely. Now, I will say, I don't think the overall weekend results indicate that we have a massive pace slowdown. Nevada and New Mexico are going to play, especially Nevada, at a really slow pace because of the offenses that they installed. Okay. And game script wise, because some of those underdog teams got up really early, I think it played to kind of a slower pace there at times in those games because they weren't having to abandon the run, Nevada and New Mexico respectively. So we'll track it. The Florida State one was the outlier. That was one of the slowest games we've had among Air Force type teams in quite a while.
It was the slowest one since November of 2020, in fact,
Yeah.
in terms of number of possessions. So, yeah. All right, let's cover some ground here. We got a handful of minutes.
Let's go.
The Canes and the Gators, money coming in on Miami. It's up to 3 in some spots that they're favored. I'm all over the Gators for what it's worth. Marks on the Canes.
I made it 4, and that is with using a pretty substantial home field advantage for the Gators. Ultimately, I think if you're handicapping this game, you have a sort of a ceiling and a floor rating for Miami based on the amount of talent they have on the team. How close is Miami going to play in game 1 to its ceiling rating as a power rating, right? Florida, I think, has a much lower kind of range of outcomes because we generally think that they have less talent than Miami does. But, Florida has more returning production, more guys who played together last year. So there's certainly a chance that Florida is more ready to go in this game than Miami is. I think if Miami's able to hit their ceiling, they can pull away from the Gators. But the Swamp is legitimately a very tough place to play. Like, not a lot of teams beat a Florida team that's at least decent in the Swamp.
So's College Station. And Notre Dame goes in, offensive line that's a little banged up to start the season. How much will that be a factor when you look at that game?
I think it's a huge factor. I mean, look, the Irish lost the top offensive tackle in the draft and another offensive tackle who went in the top 40 picks. And then they had kind of a stud phenom ready to replace the guy at left tackle, Joe Alt, and he's out for the year. So now you're running a true freshman at left tackle in College Station. Again, I think College Station is one of the largest home field advantages in the sport. A&M has a really, really good D-line. They plucked the Big Ten leader in sacks from Purdue, Nick Scorton. So that will be a challenge for the Irish. Also a challenge, like, can the Aggies score? Because that Notre Dame defense is no slouch, right? Al Golden, despite what he did at Miami, is actually a really, really good defensive coordinator. And Notre Dame is, like, they're loaded on defense too. So we'll see.
Very quickly, do you see Notre Dame as a playoff team?
At this point, I do. Yeah. I think that they can get at least one of Florida State and the USC game.
All right. A lot of people, apparently the most bet game on the board is Colorado Thursday, 9.5-point favorite against the mighty Bison of North Dakota State. All right. And if you've listened to the show for a long time, you know I am all over North Dakota State for 15 years. They went into Kansas State, I remember 10 years ago. Well, better coach team, better team. But North Dakota State was probably a little better too. And they won. All right. How viable a dog are the Bison Thursday?
I'm not seeing it this year. Okay. North Dakota State's head coach left to go be the linebacker coach for USC. So I wonder if we should read into that, his opinion on what they're bringing back on that roster. The number one safety in the country, regardless of level, per Pro Football Focus, was the North Dakota State kid. He's out for the game with some kind of big ankle injury. 80 tackles and 8 picks last year. So a guy that was really big for them in the run and pass game. I like what Colorado did in the portal this year. Last year, I hated it. I got a lot of flack online. They ended up going 4-8. This year, I think they did a much better job scouting the portal. So I think Colorado rolls them here, actually.
You'd already said that we talked a little Georgia Clemson. What about Penn State and West Virginia? Penn State going on the road. West Virginia is supposed to be a pretty good Big 12 team.
I think Penn State will have to play well to win and cover. I think there's a chance that they will. The one I think, if you're a Penn State fan, what you got to be really happy about is watching Nevada install the exact same offense, having their starting quarterback go down in fall camp, and being able to successfully run that offense at a functional level against a pretty good SMU team in week 1. Like that, to me, if I'm a Penn State fan, I'm like, oh, this may be sort of an easier install than we thought. Maybe Penn State can be ready to roll in week 1.
All right. A couple moments left. Any other, we got some other marquee games, but is there an upset special that you like?
Ooh, upset special. Let's take a look. I think Stanford may be able to compete against TCU. TCU is more talented, but Stanford is one of these really high returning production teams. Basically everybody they had last year is back. I think that coach who was at Sacramento State is just a heck of a football coach. And TCU is going to have to play well there in the Bay Area to get that win. It's going to be like 60 degrees at kickoff, 7:30 p.m. Pacific time kick. So a little weird body clock game for TCU. That'll be like a 9:30 kick in Dallas time. I could see Stanford pulling that.
By the way, who'd you pick to win the Natty?
I took Georgia. I know it's boring.
Sunday night.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. No, hey, they didn't win it last year. USC LSU Sunday night. LSU by 4 is the line.
I've been driving the Nuss bus the whole time. I took some Garrett Nussmeyer 60-1 and 55-1 to go first overall in the draft, mainly just a fade of some of the guys who are projected right now. I think LSU probably has the best offensive line in the country, and we'll find out immediately like just how improved this USC defense is. On the flip side, LSU's defense was also hot garbage last year. So if USC and Miller Moss is actually the goods, then this could be one of the absolute best games of the year to watch because it'll be a total shootout if USC is actually that good.
12-team playoff. How successful is this going to be this year? Like, are you where Mark is in terms of the overall excitement for this year?
Yes. I went back and I looked at our cover 3 rundowns, like our show planning sheets, and the amount of excitement that I think more fans will have in the month of November is exponential. Okay. The 14 playoffs sucked a lot of air out of the room because ESPN would just bang the drum. Are you in or out? Well, there's only 4 teams in, right? So 130 teams are out. Now, so many more teams believe after Thanksgiving or after Halloween, rather, that they have a real shot to make it. I think that's going to drive interest in the sport.
But Elliott, 24/7 Sports, the CBS sports scene. You got Nolecast. You got the Cover 3 podcast. Follow him on X. Bud Elliott 3, 2 L's, 2 T's. Bud Elliott 3. Bud, all the best to you and the family. We look forward to this every week.
Enjoyed it, guys. See you next week.
My mom said your hair looks good, by the way, so keep it up.
Got to have the approval.
Bud Elliott joining us. Joe Zagacki, voice of the Canes, on the Diamond District Bonus Hour next.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Florida. Trying to think. Well, in Florida, day off yesterday and Labor Day off, but we take very few days off. Trying to think the college football guy that ambience referencing. I mean,
Josh Pate's the other one that I really like, but we've not had him on
Right.
a lot that people would really
no,
identify.
and he's right. He's national. He's 24/7 CBS.
I think you're thinking of Chris Landry ambient.
Yeah, we can't have Chris on anymore. He made a change. Didn't work for us. And it's a bummer because we really like the Brett Baird is the Fox News guy.
No, I think he was thinking Chris Landry.
Gotcha.
I got to call Zagacki here in a second.
Seafood salad, by the way. Irish football, I think this will be Notre Dame's toughest game of the year. E.B. Hill, you got to remember, we've been up for 4 or 5 hours. And I eat lunch by 11 a.m. every day. Yes, Paul. Mm-hmm.
Joe's on.
How about this little show, huh?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We've already had a terrific show, and it's getting even better during this Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904. Joe Zagacki, the longtime voice of the Canes. Follow him on X at Canes Voice. He's headed to the Swamp. Probably leaving tomorrow. Hey, have you ever done a game from Ben Hill Griffin Stadium in your 35 years involved with the Canes?
Oh, yeah. I've done, let's see, 2 as the play-by-play in 02 and 08 when we played there. Beat him in 02 with Ken Dorsey. I think it was 08 loss with Tim Tebow for the Gators. Some guy named Aaron Hernandez caught a touchdown pass in that game. Anybody hear about him recently? And
It's made the headlines.
86 and 83. And then I was there for the 82 game, but I was just, working in a freelance job on the sidelines with a photographer. I was, 20 years old. So I've been there a few times. It's going to be loud. It's going to be hot. It's going to be intense. And it should be a lot of fun.
And you've got to be a little bit more of a college football historian to know what a great rivalry this was which adds to the angst in this game because they don't play every year like they should. And there's more hostility because that these kids were all recruited by the same coaches. They end up choosing one over the other many times. And it looks like even in the portal, guys are choosing one over the other. So this is going to be, this type of game leads to so many things, and it's so big for both schools, isn't it, Joe?
Oh, no question. I think it's big for both schools, big for fan bases. You get the bracket 365 days because they're going to play again next year. But to your point, I think it's so disappointing that they don't play every year. And really did play, I think, 4 times since 1987. That's ridiculous that in the great state of Florida that prides itself on football, probably right behind Oranges, we're known for our football, that two of the prominent universities can't find a way to play each other every single year. And yes, it was very intense. Some thought maybe it needed to cool off and all that stuff. And then, of course, Florida had their reasons for waving the white flag. But it should be played every single year. And, there are great storylines, great history, plenty of reasons for Miami to be angry at Florida, going back to the Gator flop and some other things. But Miami always feeling like they had to look up to Florida and always conceding to Florida's wishes to play. You go back in the 80s, Miami there's a stretch in the 80s, Miami played at Florida, 82, 83, then in Tampa in 84. So they played 3 times against Florida before they got Florida back in Miami. This go around, Miami is at Florida first before Florida comes to Miami. The last go around, Miami went to Florida first before the Gators returned the game. So the concession is always made by Miami. And I think for that reason, there's a little more hostility down here than there is up there. But it should be played all the time. It's a disgrace that kids go through their careers without ever playing in a Miami-Florida game.
Realistically, though, it's not going to happen, right? I mean, Miami, I think, would make the allowances to have it happen, but it's easier for Miami because the Florida State game is a conference game where Florida obviously is going to play the Noles, and that's with it being an 8-game SEC schedule. If they actually go to 9, then you could see why, especially in the next couple of years, if the SEC goes to 9, I mean, it's going to be difficult for Florida to even put Miami on the schedule, period.
Well, I understand their argument, and we could argue it back and forth a lot. I do understand their argument, but I understand it more now than before. And my big but would be this. They took Miami off their schedule and replaced them with who? And if you look at their schedule during their heyday and replaced Miami with who? They replaced them with Milquetoast University, nobody. And really, for that reason, I believe, as much success as the Gators have had from Steve Spurrier through Urban Meyer, that stretch, and maybe it was even more than Miami's at that time, I still think the Miami brand is stronger nationally because Miami always went across the country to play. They were a national team. They went to Michigan, Notre Dame, Cal, Washington, wherever. They played everywhere, from the East Coast to the West, to the Midwest, to the Southwest. Florida never left the region, never crossed the Mississippi River. And now I know they're trying to expand their schedule a little bit, but for that reason, I always thought it kind of hurt their brand, even when they were at the top of the mountain.
All right, these two teams have so much at stake with the first game. Give me an area, Joe, where you think that Miami has a clear-cut advantage, a D-line, O-line. Where do you think, if there's anywhere Miami can push Florida around, it is?
Well, it's going to have to be, I don't know if it's going to be, I think it's a pretty even matchup. I think Florida's, the team crying poor, woe us, we don't have the talent. Well, if you look closely and examine their roster, they are filled with 4- and 5-star players. So they're not short on the talent. They just didn't know how to win last year. The advantage that Miami is going to have to get, I think, is the way the team was built inside out. Going to be at the line of scrimmage. Miami's offensive line, which they're counting on, you got freshman All-American returning in Maui Noah, NFL draft choice in Jalen Rivers, Nez Cooper, probably an NFL player. So 3 of the 5 really good players have to control Florida's defensive line of Jackson, Banks, Searcy, and Tyreek Sapp. And Miami has to run the ball with Damian Martinez. He had 6 100-yard games a year ago, led the Pac-12. He is a bruiser of a runner, so I think that's where Miami has to win. You got to win that matchup, and right behind it would be, conversely, on the other side, Miami's defensive line. Florida's offensive line was poor a year ago. They gave up 39 sacks, 33 times Mertz was sacked. Miami's counting on Bain, Mesidor, Barrow, and Tyler Barron and Elijah Alston to win that spot. So I would say line of scrimmage.
Joe Zagacki, longtime voice of the Canes. Follow him on X at Canes Voice. He, of course, will be in the Swamp 3:30 Saturday as work starts before then. Miami and Florida, a huge week 1 matchup. Are you a believer in Cam Ward? We had Gino Torretta on 2 days ago, and he said, well, guys, he can spin it. He doesn't have a great road record so far in his college career. Cam Ward in the Swamp week 1. You believe in?
I do, and I see where Gino's going. You know, you could make this argument. At Washington State, he was 12-13, the same record as Mario Cristobal. And I might fall into that category of, to me, quarterbacks are like baseball pitchers. They find a way to win. Some guys have an earned run average of 4.5, and next thing you know, you look up and they're in the 8th inning and their team is winning. Well, maybe not so much in today's world, but they do find a way to win. And some guys have great stuff, but they can never get out of a jam. Cam Ward, 12-13, but fabulous numbers at Washington State. I did rewatch his game last night, Washington State and Washington. And for those that don't think that he hasn't seen a place, been on the road to a place like Florida, I would say Washington is pretty much equal to the Swamp. And he went in there. Now his team lost his last outing, but he put up some massive numbers. And basically, he put Washington State on his shoulders and had them in a 21-21 game with 1 minute to play in the game. Washington beat him with a field goal. He threw 2 interceptions, but he threw for nearly 400 yards. He can really throw it when he steps up in the pocket and he plants his foot. When you see him stepping up in the pocket and throwing the ball down the field, you're going to say, oh, I remember what Joe Z said, because he can rifle it down the field, and he will get it to his receivers. Now, in this game, he's got to protect the ball. Florida had 3, it's almost impossible to believe, 3 interceptions a year ago. So you know what they're saying. We get 3 in one game. Match last year, we win this game, going away. So he's got to get Martinez going, and then work off his play action. But yes, I do believe in him, and I think he's got a better supporting cast with Miami than he did at Washington State.
No doubt there. Good receivers, good running backs. I worry about the other side of the ball. Mertz was a very effective passer a year ago. You talked about the pass rush. If it doesn't get there, can Miami hold on the back end of what Florida provides in their passing game?
Well, there are 2 things about Mertz. One, yes, he completed 72% of his passes a year ago. You could also say that he's the king of the check down. 31% of his completions were behind the line of scrimmage. So kind of an extension of the run game. And to your point, yes, Miami's got to get home on Mertz. I think the key, one of the big keys for Miami, I think Florida goes as Mertz goes. So and Florida counts so much on his leadership, on him making the good decision, on him protecting the ball. I think their whole offense just revolves around him playing a great game. So I think Miami's got to find a way to disrupt his rhythm. Get into the backfield, either sack him, deflect his passes, whatever the case may be. Miami on the early downs, they've got to create negative plays and put him behind the 8 ball, because they don't really like throwing the ball down the field with him. They only had 14 pass plays of 30 yards or more a year ago. The back end of Miami's defense would be the question mark. We don't know. Jaden Harris is going to be his 2nd game ever starting at safety. Mish Powell came in from Washington. It'll be his 29th game. I think he's a good player. I don't think he's a great player, but I think he's a guy that can glue your secondary together. On the corners, they have Darryl Powell and Darryl Porter and Damari Brown. I think those 2 are, solid. And then they're going to play this freshman named O.J. Frederick from St. Thomas. And he's just had a great camp. Yeah, every time I look up, he's intercepting the ball. So if O.J. Frederick gets an interception, you'll know where you heard it first. He's been sensational in training camp.
Joe, safe travels. Have a great call. Hopefully the game lives up to the hype. Hell, hope the game's half the hype. And we look forward to talking again in September.
Yep, I think it's going to live up to the hype. I think it'd be a bit sloppy being the first game. But I know it's Labor Day weekend. A lot of people driving. I'm leaving on Friday. So if people would stay home until about noon, I'd be appreciating it. So I can get a head start.
Thanks, Joe.
Joe Zagacki. He'll be headed west and then north on I-75 to Gainesville. Canes Voice is how you follow him on X. 35 years he's been with the Canes, over 20 as their play-by-play guy. Joe Zagacki here on Miller and Moulton.
He's throwing some jabs, a couple of right.
Oh, yeah.
Pitches. I mean, he went for a Hagler-Hearns first round at the Gator.
Listen.
Administration, fans, anything else he wanted to go at. He went after them.
Canes and Gators don't like each other. Canes and Knowles respect one another, okay? Canes and Gators don't like each other.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Now, see, that's a guest. We got somebody to log into our Twitch chat room and comment for the first time because Joe Zagacki honked him off so much. Now, that's a quality sports radio guest right there. It's college football, baby. You suck. No, you suck.
You suck more.
No.
Oh, come on, Miami. You need to win this game.
I will say people who cover Florida are like, they got issues at the line of scrimmage. And that's where Miami's supposed to be terrific.
Both sides, right.
Miami really should win the game in the trenches. But we'll see. You know, I'm thinking of 2 years ago when the Gators hosted Utah, and Utah was supposed to whoop them. And Utah didn't play badly, but it was one of those magical nights in the swamp. And I know it's not going to be at night, but week 1, little swamp magic. Richardson was terrific that day. What if Mertz is terrific? Where's Miami's weakness in the secondary? We did Canada relief, but, he got paid. He's going to get paid by somebody. To us, the interesting thing is that it was only a 4-year deal, which means Jarrah's going to have to do another one of these with him. And he's making, I think, 18.6 is what he takes home from his $34 million salary. And that's with no state taxes. Spotter, I think it'll help. First off, I also think it'll make teams have to move it along because the thing shuts off with 15 seconds left. So I think that'll help too. Coaches to be more decisive. Hey, Adam, you can say the same thing about Napier, too.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two. A little more than 15 minutes away. Our poll question, and by the way, Mark, outstanding job by you. It's nearly a 50-50 vote. Dion winning 51-49 over Dabo. Who's the bigger chicken? Deion Sanders for banning the Denver Post reporter, or Dabo Swinney for not taking calls on his coach's show anymore? 51-49 Dion.
All because of Tyler and Spartanburg, who last year chastised the coach and his coaching staff late in the season.
Yep.
It bothered Dabo so much that he's no longer taking calls on the coach's call-in show.
Boy, just think about the legend now that is Tyler from Spartanburg. And, that's another mistake Dabo made. Dabo turned this guy into a legend now.
I've got to get him to call into whatever. If I'm doing a show in the Greenville, Spartanburg area, I need Tuesdays with Tyler. So every week I'm giving him a feature, and I'm not messing around.
No,
He's on to give me his State of the Union on Clemson football.
Yes,
good, bad, ugly, whatever it may be.
Totally.
I'm giving him 2 minutes. I'm getting it sponsored, and I'm letting him say his piece every week.
You run some clips from Dabo off of his Clemson football hour, because that's what it's now called. And then you get Tyler from Spartanburg to come on the next segment to refute it and to give his take on how Clemson is doing. Brought to you by, absolutely, Mark. Totally there with you.
Now, there's part of me, and I don't think it's going to happen on Thursday night, but there's part of me on Thursday night that wants to see North Dakota State beat Colorado. But Elliott threw some
serious water on that.
Yeah, he fanned out the flames when their best defensive back's out for the game. Tackling machine, interception machine, he ain't playing.
New coach, all right, he thinks it's a bad spot for North Dakota State. Okay. All right. I hear you. Hey, doesn't Oklahoma State also, don't they have like an FCS power?
I think they play South Dakota State, which is right now
the program.
Right.
Yes. They've overtaken North Dakota State the last 2 years and won the Natty, and that's who Oklahoma State's opening up with.
Right. They've got the Jackrabbits to get things started.
Wow. That's, I mean, don't laugh. There are 50 D1 FBS schools if I'm Oklahoma State. I think I'd schedule before I'd schedule South Dakota State.
Hey, McAfee said it, and he's right. If I'm a coach, I'm telling my athletic director, no Dakotas. No Dakotas. I don't care what you're getting, what we're doing. We're not playing a Dakota.
No.
And I think that is unless it's a stripper named Dakota, I think we need to stay away from all things Dakota in September.
Because, by the way, North Dakota and South Dakota aren't easy outs either. They're solid FCS programs in their own right.
Exactly.
But Tyler from Spartanburg, he's going to be our Clemson correspondent. We just have to find him. All right, we have to find him. What do you think we'll find first? A sponsor for Tyler for Spartanburg or Tyler from Spartanburg?
I think we'll find the sponsor. In fact, text in now, sponsor 21,000. We can set you up to sponsor the segment. Then we'll work on Tyler.
And if you text a sponsor and you say Tyler, that'll give us even more incentive. But boy, Joe Zagacki, he honked so many people off. Okay. Folks commented in our Twitch chat room who have never commented on this show before.
David, someone logged on, signed up for Twitch for the first time, has never watched on Twitch, to get all over Joe Zagacki in Miami's non-conference schedule, which I think is a very accurate statement by the listener. Miami has not really been playing, murderer's row when it comes to what the Canes do for their non-conference schedule, David. Let's see.
Haven't.
Last year, Bethune-Cookman, Temple, Miami of Ohio, and A&M.
Right.
Bethune the year before was Southern Miss, Middle Tennessee State. Oh, yeah, that was a loss.
And A&M.
And A&M.
They did a home and home with A&M, right? Lost on the road, won at home. Yep. Yeah, they've been doing the proverbial one game a year. Yep. But that's why Miami has room. Miami can add Florida. They can, because Florida State's a conference game. Miami can add Florida to their schedule. It's not a problem.
Florida can add Miami as long as they're at 8. They can, David. It's not a problem. When they go to 9, it becomes a problem.
Tell you what, though. I mean, they can at 8, but then you're playing Florida State and Miami non-conference. Oh, come on now. Come on now. We're trying to make the playoff here. Okay, and
make the playoff. They're trying to get to a damn bowl game right now. Let's take one step at a time, Moulton.
Okay, Miller. All right
now.
But you know what I mean. I mean, you're thinking we're going to come back. We're going to turn this, the big aircraft carrier's still turning. We're thinking we're going to keep it turning and get it going in the right direction. But I mean, please, we're criticizing Scott Strickland for scheduling Florida State, Miami, and UCF this year with 8 conference games. I'll tell you what, I'd contribute. I would. I'd become a Gator donor if they announced they're going to schedule Miami every year. I'd send money to Florida as a show of support. I'd be like, you know what? Good for you. Good for you. Way to go. I would. I'd send them money. And I'd send them more than like $5 too, if you know what I mean. Now, I don't know if there'd be a comma, but I'd send them a few $100. I would. And I'd write even a handwritten note. Be like, you know what? All right, that's a man stepping up and being a man right there. Yeah. Good for you, Scott. It'll lead to your downfall. So here, take this money and buy your wife and kids a good meal.
Only have to bitch about the schedule if you don't win the game. You win the game, everything else comes easy after that. Nothing riding on this at all for either program.
No, not at all.
I mean, Bud Elliott flat out said this could be the difference between the ACC getting 1 or 2 teams. That's the type of pressure he's putting on the Canes for this game, of what it means in the ACC. We all know what it means for Napier in getting this program started the right way.
Well, you look at Miami's schedule. Bud Elliott said it last hour. Hey, they beat the Gators, and they're a slight favorite. But if they go and they win this game, he goes, there's a chance they're favored in every game they play this year. Because he thinks that would then make them at least a slight favorite at home against Florida State.
Well, you had said it during the break. A lot of talk that the Florida Gator lines are not ready at the beginning of the season. No. Miami's strength of their team is the offensive and defensive line. Defensive line supposed to be the best they've had in a long time.
Right.
Depth and very good.
I know. But then again, what did we hear last week? Georgia Tech was trying to replenish things on the defensive line, and Florida State's offensive line was huge and experienced. And Florida State's defensive line was one of the best in the country. How'd that work out? So
it's where the running quarterback is the X factor.
Yeah.
And that changed things for Georgia Tech in that game.
But that's why week 1, teams aren't necessarily going to play week 1 the way they're going to play the rest of the year. Both ways, by the way. Teams can overachieve week 1. And by week 6, week 8 they bear no resemblance to week 1. Kind of like Florida 2 years ago in the swamp against Utah. And then again, do we think Florida State's going to look like that defensively the rest of the year? I don't.
They better not.
No, they better not. Okay. They'll be lucky to play in that Pop-Tart Bowl.
As long as it's brown sugar cinnamon, Moulton's in.
Well, then you got to play in that one.
Just never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Tacori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, and you're an Eagles fan too, aren't you, Logic Man? That works out well for you.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
If you're just joining us or you've joined us recently, got to admit, missed a hell of a show. Dallas Robinson, Pro Football Network, Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Joe Zagacki, voice of the Canes. We'll get the Gators' perspective on Friday. We'll make our picks. Do we have to make our picks tomorrow since we've got a few games involving some Power 4 teams Thursday night?
I mean, at some point we need to put on the line what we're doing for the season, and I think that should be tomorrow. I think our playoff teams, our conference champions, I think those things should be part of on the record for tomorrow.
Okay. Well, JP Shadrick will join us tomorrow talking a little Jags and their cuts and what have you. By the way, they only have 2 quarterbacks on their roster.
Yeah, that was a surprise to many that they got rid of Beathard there, right?
Yeah, who I guess had gotten banged up, and so they had to reach an injury settlement. Maybe part of the reason they got rid of him was he wasn't really going to be available early in the year. So Pat Kerwin will also join us tomorrow. Pat, during the season, beginning next week, will be a Tuesday, Friday, twofer. But he'll join us tomorrow. Roy Cummings tomorrow. So a lot of pro football talk tomorrow, but we'll make our college football picks on the show tomorrow. If I had to guess a time based on our lineup, I would say 7:30-ish. We'll make our picks.
You think we can jam them all in one segment, huh?
Well,
thought it might be an ongoing thing.
Then again, maybe it's an ongoing thing.
We might just start right 7 o'clock and start letting them rip.
Okay. Sounds good. But so a lot of pro football talk tomorrow. We'll make our college football picks, and we'll see if baseball, tennis, basketball, if they could even make the survey tomorrow.
As you can see, this show's highly produced. A lot of meetings, a lot of going on,
Right.
Lots of goings on behind the scenes to set up these segments for the show, like you just heard right there on Miller and Moulton.
Although we already have tomorrow's poll question done.
That's true.
I think we've both forgotten it. We remember Fridays. Who do you like, Miami or Florida?
No, I've got tomorrow's.
Okay.
Tomorrow's that whole wins in the Florida teams and all that.
Oh, that's
stuff.
right. And then we honked the South Florida fans off because we're only counting the Power 4 schools. And
And if there were 5 choices, South Florida might be the choice.
By the way, reports came out yesterday. South Florida, one of the 6 schools that the ACC has already reached out to and are negotiating with.
Imagine that.
Huh. Where'd you hear that first? I don't know. Last year on Miller and Moulton, maybe?
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right. We start in 1830 today, David. The first American-built locomotive, Tom Thumb was the name of it, races a horse-drawn car from Stockton to Stokes. Or from Stockton and Stokes from Baltimore. Do you know who won, David? The horse.
I was going to say the turtle. No,
The horse beat the train because mechanical problems broke the train down.
Wow. Fire everybody who worked on the damn train. You couldn't beat a horse?
The United Parcel Service was founded today in Seattle, Washington in 1907. What can Brown do for you?
Can deliver stuff fast.
1922, the first Walker Cup in golf. The U.S. beats England 8-4.
That's the amateurs, right?
Yes. 1957, Strom Thurmond gives the longest filibuster in U.S. history, 24 hours and 18 minutes. He was quite a guy against the Civil Rights Act. Surprise, surprise. 6 years later, Martin Luther King delivered his I Have a Dream speech addressing the March on Washington. 1973, Marvin Gaye releases Let's Get It On. 1994, Tiger wins the U.S. Amateur.
For the first time.
And Barbie, a year ago, becomes the highest grossing global release, overtaking Harry Potter and the Deadly Hallows Part 2, raking in $1.34 billion. Don Deckinger, the umpire, would have celebrated a birthday today. He passed away last year. Lou Pinella's 81. Ron Guidry, 74. Lee Jansen is 60. Shania Twain is 69. Pierre Turgeon, Jason Priestley, and Jack Black are all 55 today. And country singer Leanne Rimes is 42. What did I miss, David?
Hold on a second.
Yeah?
How old Shania Twain?
59.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 69. My bad.
You just thinking things.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Emmett Till was murdered today in 55. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. Chuck and Di divorced today in 96.
I saw that, and I specifically left it for you.
Thank you. Apparently, he wrote a letter shortly after the divorce, okay, talking about, his great sadness. What are you talking about? You're already shacking up with Camilla. Please. And, boy, you saw this and you didn't go there, what I'm about to mention next, which shocks me because I know what a big fan you were, and I'm guessing you were watching. It was the VMAs tonight in 2003.
You mean when Britney and Madonna kissed?
When Madonna kissed Britney. She actually also kissed Christina Aguilera. Okay, they were her bridesmaids. She came up, popped out of the cake. They're singing like a virgin. And everybody goes, oh, this is, 20 years later, blah, blah, blah. And then Madonna pops out of the wedding cake. Okay. And everybody's realizing, oh, my goodness. Okay. And Madonna comes down and she turns and she kisses Britney. But the cameras broke away to the audience to get their reaction because a bunch of famous people were in it while she then is kissing Christina Aguilera. So she kisses them both. Okay. But we only saw the one.
I need a moment.
And, well, needless to say, America handled it just fine. I mean, nothing to see here. Let's move on. And, yeah, I don't know if there's been a moment at the VMAs in the 21 years since, to be honest with you. I'm pretty sure it peaked at that moment. But anyway, this day in history.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to the Netherlands for the good, where a bottle of cognac belonging to a collector in the Netherlands was dubbed the world's oldest at 328 years old. The 1696 Jules Robin cognac was named the world's oldest cognac. That's got to be just like diesel fuel. I'm telling you. Burn your throat down with that stuff. For the bad, we go to Clearwater, where the Threshers of the Florida State League introduced their new bat dog to the public. But the bat dog had other ideas. When she ran out to get the bat, she ran across the field right into the dugout of the opposition. Then the dog apparently got a little case of the zoomies, making her way to the infield, where she entertained the crowd by taking a dump on the infield grass.
All righty then.
Owner Andrew Davis said, when she squatted, I went into panic mode. I think the word I used to my fiance was mortified. Fortunately, Dominic Repper, the team's production and game entertainment manager, rushed into action, cleaned up Lucy's mess. We'll see if Lucy lasts as the bat dog. Finally, the ugly. We go to Big Pine Key, where Kim Robbins was visiting from North Carolina and was looking for a job. Apparently a little nervous about the job at the Coconuts Bar and Liquor Store that she knocked down a bottle of Crown Royal and drank it in about 5 minutes. Good news is she was driving and ran into the side of the building. The interview didn't go very well as she ended up with a DWI.
Well, she was hammered.
At 7:30 in the morning.
Hello.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 28th, 2024.
So we got a full slate of Major League Baseball, as you would expect. There are 5 games that technically start before dinner. One of them involves the Rays in Seattle. Their first pitch is around 4 o'clock today. But Cubs and Pirates with a mighty nooner of sorts in Pittsburgh. Got to admit, man, that's a gorgeous stadium. Great location. I mean, don't you, if you're living in Pittsburgh, don't you have to do a half a day today and just play hooky and go to the Cubs-Pirates game?
Who's pitching?
Skeens. Oh, for goodness sake.
Now we're talking.
Cubs are hot.
There's a little playing hooky going on today in Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah. Astros, Phillies are late in the afternoon. Yankees, Nats are on Amazon tonight at 6:40. For what that's worth. Marlins are back in Colorado, 8:30 or thereabouts tonight. Marlins with 5 in the ninth to win last night. Not that anyone's paying attention. So tennis tonight. You got Coco Gauff at 7, and then Djokovic immediately to follow her match. That's if you're into, U.S. Open tennis. They've had record attendance, by the way, their first 2 days. So even though it's grossly overpriced, and I mean the worst concession prices in North American sports, they're so expensive. It's obscene. Apparently, and no one's watching on television, but apparently the event in person, biggest crowds through the first couple days they've ever had.
It's almost as if New Yorkers have said, this is ours. We're going to make sure this thing hits it out of the park every year, and you're going to start liking it whether you do now or not.
Yeah, and the Fortune 500 part of, Manhattan is like, yeah, we're going. This is our event. We're entertaining clients, and we're going. This is our thing. Because, I mean, come on. What buzz does tennis have in this country right now?
None.
And, I mean, they've had that event there for a long time. And they've been playing. It's not like they all of a sudden expanded the grounds. I mean, the grounds have been the grounds there for 45 years. And they're having their biggest crowds through the first 2 days this year. No Williams sisters, no Federer, no Nadal, no McEnroe. I mean, you pick your, 80s, 90s, you pick your time. So you're right, Mark. It ain't about the tennis.
Nope, it's about the event, and they support it wholeheartedly. And as you mentioned, the TV numbers aren't that strong. It's why I think you get so much more coverage of it than it really deserves because of the Fortune 500 factor, because I'm sure ESPN's doing their fair share of entertaining at this event as well.
Absolutely they are. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, Scott Van Pelt did his Sports Center Monday night from the grounds. First time he's ever done that. Why do you think he did that for ratings? Or do you think that they decided corporately, yeah, it'd be good to be seen?
Yeah, that's a tap on the shoulder saying, Scott, you need to take one for the team here. I know you'd rather do it in D.C. at home, but we need you in New York City.
Djokovic sat down on set with him after his match. So let's see. Okay. So how deep in the deep end are we going with Caitlin Clark here?
They've got Connecticut tonight.
Yeah,
best team in the league.
Second best team.
Okay, second best team in the league.
Right. But they're home and they're getting 3.5. I'm getting Caitlin Clark at home and 3.5. What do you say?
You feeling the fever?
Damn right I am. And not only that, I'm getting 3.5. They could lose a close one. We could still win. Come on. They're playing well. What do you say? They've already played them once. They lost at their place. I say we go for it. Now, one other
All right,
question.
it's done.
Okay. One other question I have for you tonight. Technically, it's not a doubleheader, but the Texas White Sox game was suspended after 4 pitches yesterday. 4 pitches. So they're basically playing an entire game at 5 o'clock, and then they're going to play another one at 8. Do we treat it as a doubleheader and bet the
With the
loser of
White
game
Sox?
1? But it's the White Sox.
With the White Sox. I
Tell
don't
you
know
what.
how you can.
Tell you what. If the White Sox win the first one, we have to back up the truck on the Rangers in the second one.
I'll empty the account if it's that way.
Have a great hump day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You as well, Johnny Finger Lakes.